22 sheep pounds. Hello, I'm Sarah Berry in Civic Seat 23 and I use she, her pronouns.
Hi, I'm Nate Kim. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm one of the clerks.
Hi, my name is Erin Ludeman, she, her pronouns, Civic Seat 20 and Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, guys. Do we have a senator for the land acknowledgement? Senator Fisher.
The University of Oregon is located on Kalapuya Ilihi, the traditional indigenous homeland of the Kalapuya people. Following treaties between 1851 and 1855, Kalapuya people were dispossessed of their indigenous homeland by the United States government and forcibly removed to the Coast Reservation in Western Oregon. Today, Kalapuya descendants are primarily citizens of the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde and the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, and they continue to make important contributions to their communities, to the UO, to the lands now known as Oregon, and to the world. In following the Indigenous Protocol of acknowledging the original people of the land we occupy, we also extend our respect to the 9 federally recognized indigenous nations of Oregon, the Burns Paiute Tribe, the Confederated Tribes of the Coos, Lower Umpqua and Siuslaw Indians, the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde, the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, the Coquelt Indian Tribe, Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians, and the Klamath Tribes. We express our respect to the many more tribes who have ancestral connections to this territory, including the Chinook Indian Nation and the Fort McDermott Paiute and Shoshone tribes, as well as to all other displaced Indigenous peoples who call Oregon home.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the approval of the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda.
Second, Peters.
Motion by Withers, seconded Peters. And to announcements, if we have anyone for announcements. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Thank you. The motion's passed. Then moving on to announcements. Do we have anyone announcements? And moving to public forum. Thank you. Introduce yourself. Okay.
My name is Alex Yuhu. I'm a co-director for the Coalition Against Environmental Racism, also known as CARE. Yes, I have a little deal for you. I'm here today to raise awareness on something that demands immediate action. Every water source tested in Cotton Hall has shown the presence of lead. This includes the bottom filtration and the drinking volume, which is tested at 4.3 ppb, which means parts per billion for lead. Let me be absolutely clear, the CDC and EPA state that the level of lead in drinking water is safe, not 15 ppb, not 4.3 not. Lead is a neurotoxin. Long-term exposure can lead to damage of the brain and nervous system, especially in young adults and vulnerable populations. Yet, this is what students, staff, and faculty have been unknowingly drinking every day in Condon Hall. The university did conduct testing, but don't communicate the results. It puts them in a very spreadsheet on a little known web page that students are not regularly directed to, let alone equipped to interpret. The only reason why anyone knows about this lead is because a graduate employee took it upon themselves to print up and tape warning signs in the building. So my questions are: why did it take an individual worker to warn us instead of the university? Why hasn't there been a campus notification about the lead in the water? And why hasn't the water been shut off due to the safety concerns? This is what environmental justice looks like on a college campus, not just contamination, but silence and action in the face of clear health risks. As a representative for CARE, I'm not here asking for patience. I'm here to demand urgent public and student-centered action, not just quiet updates on obscure pages like safety.uoregon.edu/drinking water-monitoring, but real clear intervention. So I'm asking you as a concerned student and a board leader, will you demand that the university test every single water fixture in every building on campus, not just for lead? Will you call on the university to shut down unsafe water fixtures and provide clean alternatives and do something about contamination in Conde and beyond? Will you push for students to be alerted whenever there is lead contamination in the water, public posting results in plain language and clear timelines for fixes? This is not a maintenance issue. This is a public health emergency. And if we don't treat it like one, we are complicit in putting students at risk. We deserve better. This is why I'm calling on Senate to introduce and pass a formal resolution addressing it. Let's not wait until this gets worse. Let's act now. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Do any senators have questions or comments? Senator Hopperhead?
Yeah, so I've actually met with Alex and talked about this. And I would like to make a motion to form a working group. I don't know how many people are interested in writing a resolution on this. But something that we could pass and possibly bring to UO Senate, I think would be really important. So that it would get in the hands of people who can probably do more than we can do at the moment. I don't know how to
Yeah,
make a motion to do that.
make the motion. So I make the motion to form a working group, Alex, to, and the purpose of the working group to like investigate to.
Okay. I make a motion to form a working group to investigate the lead in all university buildings, including Closet Hall, and create a resolution. Second.
Motion created by Bella Hopperday, seconded Withers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is passed. The working group is formed. Congrats, guys. Next, we're on to financial business. The financial status update surplus is currently at 200,000 or 258,000. Oh, I'm so sorry. Who else? Someone else from the floor. Please come up. My apologies.
Hi, everyone. I just want to introduce myself briefly. My name is Kash Kowalski. I use he, him, or they, the pronouns. And last week I was hired to be the director of student engagement. So I'm lucky to know a bunch of you guys as friendly faces. Those of you who don't know, I'm excited to meet you and just wanted to introduce myself. So when you see me around the office, you know my face and I may recognize some of your platforms. So anyway, that's me. Nice to meet you guys.
All right, hello, senators. Good evening. My name is Nate Braceland, and I used to hear I'm a dining worker at Global Scholars Hall Dining, and have the honor to be the interim president of UO Student Workers, United Auto Workers 8121. In that role, summer until we have our leadership elections this fall.
Hi, everyone. My name is Victoria Pinheiro. I am a former ASUO senator, and I am one of the lead negotiators for our US team. I have been working on this campaign for almost 3 years of my life now. We literally built a union from the ground up. So when I got involved, we were running our card check campaign, which essentially was our first initiative to get certified as a union. And we did get the right amount of cards, but we had to move forward with the election University loves to union bus, and we won our election and officially became a union. And throughout that, we started the collective bargaining process and have just won our first collective bargaining agreement, maybe 3 weeks ago. So. And for those of you that don't know, we had been bargaining for literally almost a year. We started bargaining on May 29th and just got our collective bargaining agreement months ago, and that was a really tough process. We've had almost 200 hours of bargaining, 150 hours of just state mediation, which was awful, and it was really rigorous and difficult process for everyone involved. Bella was part of the bargaining team as well. But it impacted us a lot and impacted the school forever. Our union contract is going to be historic for not only the student UO, but every other student worker across the country and maybe around the world as well. So just to highlight some things that were really important, the University of Oregon really hated giving us grievance and arbitration, which was a huge thing that we needed for our student workers. This not only enshrines our entire union contract and allows people to file grievances if the union contract is broken. That's how you get things fixed. And with arbitration, we were fighting really hard on getting arbitration for harassment and discrimination cases, which is one of the biggest issues that student workers face on campus. And until the 11th hour, right up until that was the last article we signed, actually, was grievance arbitration. But they held on to it until the last moment and refused to give us third-party arbitration, which essentially meant that they wanted someone investigating if they had done harassment discrimination, but it wouldn't have been a third party, it would have been someone from the university. And a lot of the time the university doesn't, tell themselves, yeah, you broke a rule and you need to own up to it. So this was a really big win, and not every union on campus even has that. So we're setting precedent not only for all student workers, but for other campus unions as well. So that was a really huge thing. We also got really good protections for just regular harassment and discrimination. We have a full article about it, and there is a process to go about those violations. We also have good health and safety standards for the workplace, just having a safe, clean, and healthy work environment, making sure that safety training is happening, because that is something that a lot of student workers aren't properly trained on, and making sure that our resident assistants have access to mental health professionals through the university. We additionally have good language on past practices, which is really exciting. So it's a minuscule article, but if you were able to do like your homework on the job, you should still be able to do that. And the university can't take those things away from you after a collective bargaining agreement comes into effect. We got just cause for discipline, which is a really big thing for any union contract, but that essentially means that the employer has to give you a reason to fire you, and they can't just let you go. So here, that's really good. We got starting wages to be at $16, and we got increases for our dining workers as well. They make $16.35 now, and the student shift leads are still making $1 above. And for student worker 2, they're increased to $16.40, and student worker 3 is $16.80. So we'll see wage increases for a lot of the student workers that were making minimum wage, and even those that were making more will get significant increases, which is really, really exciting. We also got right to request safety accommodations at work, which is a really, really big thing. And scheduling was really, really bad and not standardized across the campus at all. So we have more advanced scheduling so that you can accommodate that with also trying to get a degree and hanging out with your friends and just being a person. We have done quite significant work on our pay cycle. We weren't able to win our biggest demand, which was a 2-week pay period, and we're going to continue fighting on that until our next contract cycle. But we were able to win a 60% advance on your wages. So if you're ever in an emergency, get in a car accident, if someone dies, you're able to request an advance of 60% of your wages, which is a huge thing for those student workers that have emergencies, especially because we get paid once a month. And the University of Oregon has also agreed to a working group to talk about this pay cycle situation, given that it impacts every other employee group on campus. It's going to be a working group with other employee groups involved as well, just to kind of see like what needs to happen to get a 2-week pay period implemented. And then our current RAs are still maintaining their compensation. We really did get bucked on the resident assistant article. The university likes to pick one employee group and kind of just screw them over, and that's what happened here. We had no control over the roles that they did. That's the university's discretion when it comes to bargaining, and so we tried to just get the best compensation and the best deal that we could for them. And we do have grandfathering in for the current RAs, so they won't experience that whole split, which is a pretty big win and was something that the university held on to really, really hard. We also have required notice for interviewees about the outcome of a job interview. So if you applied and gone through the process, you should be able to know if you got the job or not in a timely manner. And performance evaluations cannot be used as a reason to discipline. So if you're really bad at your job, you shouldn't get fired just because of that, and there should be steps to be taken to kind of help you get around that. And lastly, we have no probationary period, which is amazing because they wanted a 10-week probationary period, like the entirety of the term. And that's also really bad precedent to set for a collective bargaining agreement. Like, we don't want you guys to be on probation for weeks and weeks at a time. And so that was another huge thing. The university cared so much about that, and we were able to get our contract without probationary. We have a lot of really big wins in our contract, and I can answer any questions about any of that. But I may just talk a little bit more about what happened during our. Yeah.
So As many of you probably know, this term, our union was forced to go on strike. And before we start this conversation, I want to first off recognize and acknowledge our striking workers and our labor allies in the Senate. So if you are a worker who went on strike this term, please raise your hand. Sure. And if you walk that picket line in solidarity with us, please keep your hands up. And also workers, keep your hands up. I want to see them. Yes, non-workers too, who want to make a line of solidarity with us, please keep your hands up. All right, thank you all so much. Yeah, so our strike lasted 10 very long days. Unlike the GTFF, SEIU, and United Academics, we did not, on the eve of our strike, receive that kind of Hail Mary offer that those other unions received. We instead got silence. I think what was the best path that they gave us before? It was like 1540? 44. Yeah, 1544 on wages, which is obviously unacceptable. So over the length of our strike, we were able to raise that by 56 cents to a 16 base pay. I believe that the university did not think that we would be able to pull off a successful strike, or thought that their contingency plan would substantially weaken the impact of the strike. That's why they didn't treat us with the same seriousness as they treated the other campus unions. We proved them wrong. On the first day of our strike, over 2,000 workers did not show up to scheduled shifts. The coffee outlets were shut down. The art museum was shut down. Most of the EMU departments were shut down. In addition, dining and housing was a total and complete mess. I walked into Unthank on the first day of the strike and saw they had like a full stove on fire. Like, yeah, I mean, y'all were there. You saw it too. We created a pretty significant impact just through the withdrawal of our labor. It was also probably the largest mobilization, undeniably the largest mobilization of UO students in many years. We had 1,000 people out on the streets on the first day alone of our strike, which is, you know, it's very significant in the history of this university. Very early in the strike, I believe day 1 or day 2, we heard from the administration and the board of trustees that they were not feeling the impact. And they'll usually say, but we wanted to make sure that our strike and the impacts of the strike were brought to their attention. So we brought our picket line to the Employee Flourishing Conference. And I think they heard, our issues. We gave them our testimony. And we also brought our picket line to the Future of Democracy event. These are events that we disrupted. It's not something that we wanted to do. Many of our workers, including myself, have received code of conduct violations for engaging in this strike activity. But non-single wheel is allowed to turn on this campus, or was allowed to turn on this campus, until we receive the contract that our members need to be able to feed themselves, to be able to protect themselves at the job, and to be able to keep themselves afloat as students and as workers. The stakes in this are seriously life or death. During the strike, I talked to student workers who are repeatedly sexually assaulted by the clients that they work with. These are like tutors for the athletes at Jaguar. I talked to student workers. I know a student worker who cut one of their whole fingers off working in Central, working in catering. Like, there are serious problems at our university, and these are material stakes for student workers. So yes, we did disrupt these things, and we did do some of these things. We had to do it because we had to get a contract for our members, because these student workers, these people, these students at this university, your constituents, who are disproportionately marginalized, disproportionately impacted by all of these awful things that we are fighting over, we're feeling the pain of that. On the 7th day of the strike, a group of workers decided to sit in the administration building until we got a fair contract. I'm sure many of y'all remember that. This was met with an unprecedented level of police repression. It is the same administrators that ASUO frequently liaises with, who are the people who made the decision to call the riot squad on a group of peaceful workers. They also are the same people who tried to deny us the right to independent arbitration of grievances involving discriminations, tried to deny us disability accommodations, tried to deny us a living wage, and forced us to accept the split of the RA role position. These are the same administrators that you work with intimately. This is Angela Chong. This is the general counsel. This is Carl Scholes. This is the board of trustees. The relationship between this last ASUO administration and UO student workers was very bad. I spoke about this at probably like 5, 6, 7 senates ago. I talked about all of the laundry list of things that had happened between our organizations that had created a negative relationship. And unfortunately, things have gotten worse since then. We are currently engaged in a lawsuit against the university, but also against ASUO, alleging illegal discrimination against union leaders for the hiring pool of last year's Secretary of Workers' Rights. Our co-lead negotiator was the target of disgusting workplace gossip and was forced from her position. ASUO execs sided with the administration and canceled this year's spring street fair out of fear of the strike, believing that we are violent and pose a threat to campus safety. All of that is just a short list of offenses that ASUO has committed towards our union in this last year alone. So there's a lot more in the year before and the year before as well, but this year was tough. So you all, the new administration, both incumbents and new senators, inherit a very complicated relationship between our organizations. There is genuine hope for a new and productive relationship between ASUO and UO student workers, but it will not be the easy route. The easy route would be to conform to what the administration wants for this body, wants for Senate, wants for ASUO. That is a middleman between students and the administration, a body that can kind of enact their wills with a friendly, familiar face. The hard route will be to stand on campus labor. The next year is going to be difficult for both of our organizations. The fiscal walls are closing in, the university is running out of money. That means probably layoffs for our union members. It also means that fully funding all of your contracts and also fully funding all of the surplus requests for student organizations is going to be a difficult and tall order. I believe that the only way out of this situation is through, and that the best way for us to get through this situation is together. So I'm looking forward and hoping for a better relationship between our organizations this year. I believe that is possible. I believe that it is something that will be difficult, but is doable by all of you here and also by our executive branch. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you, May, and thank you, Victoria. We really appreciate all the hard work that you guys do, and we really appreciate you guys sharing your guys' story. Thank you. Is there anybody else for public forum? Or does anybody have any questions or comments first of all? And anybody else for public forum? Then financial status update, surplus is at $258,000, $258,309. Unallocated is at $32,494, and surplus at the start of the fiscal year was at $1,400,445,200. Moving to unallocated reserves, transfer requests. First, we have Oil Hawaii. Thank you guys for coming.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having us.
It might just work from Zoom, so.
Oh, okay.
But you can still use it for them people on Zoom can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we're from Puyo, Hawaii. My name is Sean, and I'm the current director of finance. And this is Maddie, who will be next year's director of finance. So you guys will probably see her a lot here. And so I'll just give it off to her to talk about why we need this round.
Yeah, so we're transferring from our payroll line to pay for vehicle computing services for our annual loan.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Thank you guys for sharing. Any senators have questions? Senator Jenkins Hitchcock.
Gonna go ahead and make the motion. I move to transfer funds within Group Hawaii OS number OS039I from existing line item name Mr. Hawaii, new line item name payroll, and the incentive.
Motion made by Jenkins Hiscox and seconded by Senator Perez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And the motion is passed. Congrats, guys. Next, we have the Japanese Student Association.
I move to table the transfer request from Japanese Student Association.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Fisher, seconded Senator Quessenberry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And the motion is tabled. Next, we have the Radical Organizing Resource and Activism Center.
Hi there. My name is Blaze. I use he, they pronouns, and I am currently a ROAR co-director. Over the course of this last year, we've put on a number of events, and I've mostly drained our stock of art supplies and other general office supplies, which is why today I am requesting that ROAR is able to move around $400 internally from the line item copying and printing to office equipment and general supplies so we can actually restock the ROAR Center and can continue to operate throughout the summer and to purchase other general office equipment like a clock. That's it. That's the entire item.
Thank you for sharing. Senator Fisher.
Hi, Blaze. It's Jet. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. It says in the engage form that you want to transfer from the recruitment and retention line item, and I feel like I heard you say a different one. You were just.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, it would be recruitment and retention.
Okay, that was all I wanted to verify. Thank you so much. I yield.
But thank you for the clarification. Appreciate that.
Hey, please. Yeah, I would just like to move to authorize this. So yeah, I move to authorize transfer request for group Radical Organizing Activism Resource Center, OS number OS089I, in the total amount of $400 from the existing line name recruitment and retention to the new line name office equipment and general supplies.
Motion made by Senator Hopperday, seconded Stevenson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And the motion is passed. Next, we have the Vietnamese Student Association. Senator Smith.
I don't know if this is still applies, but it says on Wednesday, June 4th at 12:33, they said hi, our circumstances have changed, so we no longer require this transfer. Apologies for any inconveniences. I yield. I don't know.
Motion to table.
I don't think table. I think we can just move on because the table it would be to bring it back.
Next, we have the graduate evolutionary biology and ecology students.
Hello, my name is Rob. I'm the treasurer of GREEBS, which is Graduate Evolutionary Biology and Ecology students. And I'm requesting that we move $500 from our scientific conference budget line to the Ecology and Evolution Public Seminar budget line. So the scientific conference budget line is used to award grad students for scientific conference travel. Pretty obvious, like the benefits for that, networking, professional development, and so on. But unfortunately, we weren't able to award one of our students due to a missed deadline. So we have some extra money in that budget line. And for the Ecology and Evolution Public Seminar, that was held on May 15th. And we invited an outside guest speaker from the San Diego Zoo to give a public seminar about saving the northern white rhinoceros. And we used that budget line to pay an honorarium for that speaker, as well as accommodate hotel and travel and so on, as well as catering. And that was held the week that all UO catering orders were canceled. That was our initial plan. So alternatively, we had to buy a bunch of prepackaged snacks and supplies from Winco, which took it over our budget. So for those reasons, I'd like to request an internal transfer between the budget line.
Thank you. Do any attendees have questions? With this?
Hi, I was just wondering, do you know how much you spent on getting the guest speaker here, like their fee and the housing?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I know the honorarium itself was $350, but I'm not sure about the hotel and airfare.
No worries.
300 something left in the public seminar budget line, but we need some extra money for the.
I'll make the motion. I move to transfer funds within group graduate evolutionary biology and ecology students, OS number 142, in the amount of $500 from line item scientific conference to new line item ecology and evolution public seminar.
Second Perez. Motion made by Senator Withers, seconded Senator Perez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And the motion is passed. Congrats. Next, we have the American Society of Landscape Architects.
Hey everyone, I'm Aiden. I use she or they pronouns, and I'm the current treasurer of ASLA, or American Society of Landscape Architects. I have a twofold request. The first part is I want to just clean up some of our remaining line items. There's like about $100 left in various things, and I want to consolidate them into our professional development category to fund textbooks and other resources for our resource room. The second part of the request is we have money left over from a conference that I had initially just moved into our professional development category just because I wasn't sure what we were going to do with it all. And now I'd like to create a new line item and transfer 600 of those dollars to cater our master's project presentation. These presentations are open to all students, and they encourage people from outside of landscape architecture to learn about our program, and they will show support to our graduating students. I think that's everything.
Thank you for sharing. Do any senators have questions? Senator Fisher?
Yeah, and it could just be, I don't know what I'm looking at. The engage form has $100 and then a 1 and an 8 and a 5. Where's the 600?
So those are all just like a few remaining dollars from various line items that I just wanted to consolidate so we can zero out and just clean up those line items.
I see, you just said that. I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
And there's also two requests from, there's two different ones. So that first one is the $100 that's broken down, and then there's the second one, that's the 600. So this could get too confusing, but if you'd like, if you ever make the motion, you can also do that whole one.
And apologies for the messy forms. It's just trying.
No worries. No.
Everything.
Withers?
I move to transfer requests, I move to authorize the transfer within group American Society of Landscape Architects, OS number 284, in the amount of $100 from PDX Design Awards to line item professional development, $1 from ASLA Conference to professional development, $8 from Landscape Architect Student Lounge to professional development, $5 from First Friday to new line item professional development, for a total of $113.
Second, Steve. Motion made by Withers, seconded Stevenson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The others? Motion passed.
Here's the motion.
The motion right now.
Yeah, but that was just. We have.
Senator Perez.
Like to make the motion, I move to transfer funds with the American Society of Landscape Architects. S284I from existing line item professional development to new line item master's presentation, total of $600.
Second, Peters.
Motion made by Perez, seconded Westenberry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Say nay. Any other? Motion's passed. Next, we have the Veteran Family Student Association.
Hello, everyone. My name is Armando Ramirez. I'm the treasurer for VFSA. We just want to transfer some money to a office and supplies line item. We're going to try to purchase a PlayStation 5 to add to the Veteran Center. We just want to get more people engaged, get people to stay in the Veteran Center, just get more camaraderie. Another thing too, I want to adjust the amount. I think I have 3,000 right now. I just want to do 1,000. That would just gives us some leeway to do some more events before school year ends.
Awesome, thank you for sharing. Do any senators have questions? Senator Fisher?
I do not have a question. I just love this idea, so I would like to make a motion. If you get a PlayStation and you need friends to game with, let me know. I move to transfer funds from Veteran Family Student Association OS number 121 in the amount of $1,000 from existing line item speakers recruitment to new line item office supplies.
Second. Motion made by Fisher, seconded Stevenson. Any other questions? Senator
Yeah, I noticed that you said, and I see on the form that you requested 3,000, but you said you need 100. Do we need that to be resubmitted?
We can change the number.
I yield.
Senator Withers.
I think I do support this, but I just want to say to senators, this is kind of moving funds from one line item to another kind of prevents that money from going back into surplus if it's not spent. So this is similar just as if we were going to authorize $1,000 from surplus to them getting an Xbox. So think about that when we're making the transfer request. Yeah, and I was also wondering how many people do you get coming into your office like on a weekly basis? Do you know?
Oh, weekly. So daily we have about 30 people coming in every day.
Oh.
So probably 50. This is the first year VFSA has been very active. We did a lot of things. We got to do the Spring Olympics with HOH. That's a cool sponsorship we did with them. We went to the Students of America's conference first time, 5 years. The University of Oregon's gone. So we're getting more people. I just want to get this, make this place a place for student veterans to feel welcome. And not only that, we want to also expand it to have just regular students come and I see, hey, students with peers just like you guys.
Thank you. I yield.
Senator Smith.
I was wondering, did people in your organization that visit, did they want a PS5? Did they they're like, oh, a PS5 would be cool. I think it's still a cool idea, but I was wondering if it was a certain request or something.
So we currently have a console in there, the Nintendo 64. So it's pretty, it's pretty old right now. A couple of old heads like me and more people who still play it. But the new day and age.
Yeah.
And we want to get a little bit modernized. And also too, it's just the Nintendo 64. It's an old console. If it goes out, it's a lot harder to replace compared to the PS5. You just sent to manufacturing. But yeah, I mean, this was something someone brought up one time. It's oh, we have PS5. But we do have a big, TV in there. It's a 65-inch in there. It's just oh, why no PlayStation? Why not Xbox? I'm yeah, why not? Let's do it.
You're so right. I yield.
Thank you.
Senator Perez. Thank you for being here. I really like this idea. You all be running Madden in there?
No, yeah. Great question. So one of the games I'm purchasing, I'm currently getting nothing but sports games for 4-player co-op games. So stuff where it's couch focus where you don't need an internet connection. But yeah, football, basketball, MLB The Show, FIFA, any of those kind of games. That's where we're gonna try to purchase.
So you'll see me in there. I yield. All right, then we're going to move to a roll call vote. Senator Perez. Aye. Senator Peters.
Aye.
Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator O'Neill.
Aye.
Senator Taylor. Senator Smith.
Aye.
Senator Hofferhead.
Aye.
Senator Heffernan.
Aye.
Senator Alma Diefenbach. Senator Jenkins Hiscock.
Aye.
Senator Chisholm.
Aye.
Senator Nagarajan.
Aye.
Senator Stevenson.
Aye.
Senator Withers.
Aye.
Senator Collis.
Aye.
Senator Hagenstott. Senator Busey.
Aye.
Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator Questenberry.
Aye.
Senator Luderman.
Aye.
And I say aye as well. Motion's passed. Next is the Korean Student Association.
Hello, everyone. I'm Daj Chung. I'm the treasurer of the Student Association. I'm requesting to transfer from Tree Fund to K9. It's the Enders Trades program to help cover our main bill to schedule services for renting out the revolver for our K9 culture.
Awesome. Thank you. Do any senators have questions? Or Senator Perez.
Good question. How do you guys have that much left over from retreat?
So we originally were planning to schedule a retreat from one of the 6 approved sites, but just the timing didn't work out. I think the one that we were looking at was Twin Rocks, and then we wanted it in the beginning of January, but they're actually the specific facility that we wanted. They actually reserved it for their Sabbath policy for the entire month of January, and then all the other retreat times did not work out.
Senator Nagarajan.
I move to transfer funds within group name Korean Student Association. OS number OS048 from line item existing line item retreat to new line item K9 in the total amount of $1,000.
Motion made, Senator Nagarajan. Seconded, Stevenson. More conversation? All right, when we vote, all in favor say aye. It's over. Video roll call. Senator Perez. Aye. Senator Peters.
Aye.
Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator O'Neill. Senator Taylor.
Aye.
Senator Smith.
Aye.
Senator President.
Aye.
Senator Heffernan. Senator Alma Diefenbach. Senator Jenkins Hiscock. Senator Chisholm.
Aye.
Senator Nagarajan.
Aye.
Senator Stevenson.
Aye.
Senator Withers.
Aye.
Senator Collis.
Aye.
Senator Bagenstos. Senator Busey.
Aye.
Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator Questenberry.
Aye.
Senator Ludeman.
Aye.
And I say aye as well.
Next, we have the Muslim Student Association.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for coming and doing this last minute at the end of the year. My name is Mohammed. I'm co-president of the Muslim Student Association. We had basically wanted to move some money to our office supplies line item at the end of the year so we could buy some stuff for our office. But when we were putting in this line item transfer request, SOPS let us know that last minute they had to take out a $3,500 PO from our account, which sort of messed with our line item budgeting that we were doing. So in order to make things simpler, I basically have everything laid out here about like where we need to move things in order to make our budget break even, which would be the goal. And they recommended that we ask for some money from surplus in order to make the budget break even so that we'd be able to get the items that we need for our office supplies and at the same time get reimbursed for catering that we had last week at an event, which is on my credit card that I need to get reimbursed for. So essentially what I'm asking for would be to move $800 from our retreat line item to office supplies, then moving $200 from our co-sponsorship line item to office supplies, Then requesting $600 from surplus for the office supplies as a reimbursement for the reimbursement for some stuff that I bought for our office that I have to get reimbursed for. And then requesting $2,000 from surplus for the spring event line item for catering order reimbursement.
Thank you for sharing. Any questions? Senator Withers.
I have a two-part question. What was the thing they took out the $3,500 for?
It was for a contract that we had during our date event, and we had thought that that contract was paid for and done. But then it updated in our budget last minute showing that that money was taken out. So that money had processed basically right after I had got sent an updated ledger.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
We sort of messed with our budget calculations to do this line item transfer.
Yeah. Sorry about that. That's really annoying. And can I ask you to repeat what you want transferred because it's different than in the engaged form, so it's gonna be hard to follow us.
No problem. So it would be moving $800 from our retreat line item to the office supplies line item. It would be moving $200 from the co-sponsorship line item to our office supplies line item. Then it would be requesting $600 from surplus to put into our office supplies line item. And then it would be requesting $2,000 from surplus to put into the spring event line item for the catering order reimbursement for our event that we had last week. So essentially 4 parts.
I'll make the motion for the transfer part. I move to I move to authorize the transfer of funds within group Muslim Student Association OS 061 and the amount of $800 from line item retreat to new line item office supplies and $200 from line item co-sponsorship to new line item office supplies for a total of $1,000. Second.
Motion made by Withers, second Fisher. We'll do a roll call vote on that motion if anyone else doesn't have a comment. Senator Perez. Aye. Senator Peters.
Aye.
Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator O'Neill.
Aye.
Senator Taylor. Aye. Senator Smith. Aye. Senator Hopperhead. Senator Heffernan.
Aye.
Senator Aye.
Aye.
Senator Jenkins Hiscox. Senator Chisholm.
Aye.
Senator Nagarajan.
Aye.
Senator Stevenson.
Aye.
Senator Withers.
Aye.
Senator Collins.
Aye.
Senator Bagenstos.
Aye.
Senator Lucy.
Aye.
Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator Westerberry.
Aye.
Senator Liebman.
Aye.
And I say aye as well. That motion's passed. If you want to stay up, we'll talk now about the surplus request.
Okay, perfect. So essentially this part of the request is requesting $600 from surplus to be put in the office supplies line item. And then requesting $2,000 from surplus to be put in the spring event line item. So $2,600 total.
And I will just say too, Sops did reach out and say that this was their mistake. And they said that it's highly recommended that we do make up this mistake, but it was on their end too, not their end. The Senator Fisher.
Hi, I was just wondering, so both of these are reimbursements?
That's correct.
Right, thank you.
Senator Fisher again.
Okay, bear with me. I move to authorize surplus request within group name Muslim Student Association, OS number OS 061 in the amount $600 for office supplies line item and $2,000 in the line item spring event catering reimbursement for a total of $2,600.
Second Perez. Motion made by Senator Fisher, seconded Perez. Any more discussion? Senator O'Neill.
Just curious what office supplies you got.
Yes, so the office supplies was a console for the MCC. So we got a PlayStation for the MCC and then as well as a TV for our MSA room. So we could project basically like the agendas for our meetings. And then we're also purchasing like shelves for our office there too, because there's a lot of storage that needs to be organized.
Stations.
And we'll move to a vote. Senator Perez. Aye. Senator Peters.
Aye.
Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator O'Neill.
Aye.
Senator Taylor. Senator Smith.
Aye.
Senator Haverday. Senator Heffernan. Senator Amo Diafe. Senator Jenkins Hiscox.
Aye.
Senator Chisholm. Senator Nagarajan.
Aye.
Senator Stevenson. Aye. Senator Withers.
Aye.
Senator Collis.
Aye.
Senator Bagenstos. Senator Boosie. Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator Questenberry.
Aye.
Senator Liebman.
Aye.
And I say aye as well.
So thank you.
Then moving on to surplus requests. First, we have the Korean Student Association.
Hi again, I'm sorry I didn't talk about it in the previous. We're requesting for 808 to cover the entire bill, like, so the transfer of the 2,000 plus the surplus of 808 would cover the entire bill to review controlling business.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Chisholm.
More for the group, but do student organizations not get to schedule for free in the evening?
It should be free. The only cost is the cost of liquor.
Chisholm, do you yield?
Yeah, I
Senator Fisher.
Hi, I was just curious, it says in the engage form that there was a miscalculation in the budgeting process. I was just wondering like when that happened.
It was when we were purchasing decoration.
How much, this is also just kind of a question, maybe for you, but also just maybe for the group. We know how far in advance the EMU gives an invoice or like a quote for labor costs? Anyone know that?
Yeah.
That's okay, thank you, I go.
Senator O'Neill.
It really depends on the invoice thing. If you make a meeting with them, then they can tell you pretty speedily, I believe, but yeah, it really depends, especially since most rooms don't need to be paid for it. I yield. It makes it away so yeah.
Senator Haverday.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to transfer this so you can cover the costs. I moved to authorize spending from surplus to group Korean Student Association OS number OS048I in the amount 808, the existing line item name Korean Culture Night, KK Night.
Motion made by Senator Haverday, seconded Senator Stevenson. Discussion. Say aye. Those opposed say nay. Any other? Thank you, the motion's passed. Then we have the Muslim Student Association again.
Hello again.
Oh yeah, right now I'm the current treasurer for SACA, the South Asian Cultural Alliance.
So basically what the situation was. I'm Vikram. I'm the current PR chair of Osaka and I work in the Multicultural Center as well. So basically what the situation was for this surplus request is that the previous moved it for the South Asia, Southwest Asia, North Africa Cultural Center. So $15,000 would be used for programming costs and then $15,000 for basically upkeep and setting up the center itself, like with furniture, equipment, all those types of things. Unfortunately, we learned when we were doing the surplus request the first time, while it got approved, it wouldn't transfer to the following year. So what we did through the MSA, since it's in our line item, is returned it back to surplus and then came here again, because then now it would fall under the next academic year. So that's where we're back, basically requesting the same amount of money. And I'm happy to also answer any questions, and we are too, about the Swana Center itself. If possible, it looks like we are going to hopefully, knock on wood, get a space in the EMU for the Swana Center. So like these costs will likely be used in the next academic year to get everything started.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Senator Fisher.
Hi, thanks so much for coming. I'm just clarifying. Was any of the $30,000 already spent? And if so, how much has been returned to surplus?
None of it was spent. So all of it was returned back to surplus. So none of it was touched, since we didn't have anything that we really needed to pay for in the previous year or the previous time since we got it. But we think now, since it's going to be used for the next academic year, it'll be used.
Okay. And starting, so when do you expect this to like start?
Fall, hopefully. So over the summer, we'll be working on like furnishing the space and everything. Again, fingers crossed if we get one.
Yeah.
And then get started with like programming and doing the equipment costs.
Is there a space in the EMU that's currently empty that you're hoping to take?
I don't know if I can say.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I yield.
Yeah.
Senator Peters.
Okay, I just want to get clarification. So you intend to use this funds next year? Like
Next fiscal year.
next fiscal year? Okay. Somebody else correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure if we approve this today, then we go to this fiscal year.
So we adjusted this rule over.
With the problem.
Okay, so for summer now, if you request between May 25th and June 30th, then it can roll over to the next fiscal year, so that orgs can do things over the summer, especially for like travel, where they wouldn't be able to release things in time. And so that is the new change.
Well, thank you, I yield.
Senator Heffernan.
We currently have a space in Agate Hall, right? Do you have any like guarantee that the space that you're hoping to get in the EMU is gonna be actually more spacious? I get like the centralization thing. I'm just wondering if you guys will actually get more space.
That's the goal, hopefully, and hopefully it's like an accessible space too, because the one in Agate Hall is not wheelchair accessible. It has no elevators in that building itself, and it's also very far away from campus. So fingers crossed, by June 15th is the deadline that the EMU will notify us of whether we are getting allocated a space in the center.
Thank you, I yield.
Senator Fisher.
Hi, thanks. Sorry again. So what happens if you don't get the space? Are you just in Agate Hall?
Yes, we'll use Agate Hall for now, and then we'll keep meeting with the EMU to see what the process will look like.
Okay.
Because it could happen that like we do this interview process with them, they talk to us, and then space might open up, not by June 15th, but in the next academic year, which they would offer to us. So it depends on availability.
Yeah, I see. So is the goal then, if they do not give you the space by this deadline, the money stays in the account in the hopes that they do give you a space, or will it then, if not, be returned to surplus again at the end of next year?
Yes, so any unspent money will be returned to surplus again at the end of the year, and then we will probably ask for it again, just so we can keep this as a reoccurring project, because it is a long-term center that we're hoping to have. But also the programming costs will probably be spent. So that means like inviting faculty to do talks, holding like social events at the Swana Coalition. Those are the types of things that we would do and use the programming costs for.
Thank you so much. I yield.
Of the 30,000, do you have like an estimated like breakdown of how much is for programming and just for wherever you'd be housed?
Yes, so right now 15,000 is allocated for programming and then 15,000 is allocated for equipment costs, like furniture and art supplies and culturally appropriate things for the center.
So there wouldn't be any cost, if, for like the space that you would get in the community? Or would that be additional?
At this time, we don't believe there'll be a cost. It will just mostly fall on like buying furniture and equipment and so forth. What we did request in our original surplus request was $19,440 for stipends for the next 2 years to actually have like people staff the center. So if we get a space, it's likely that we come back and request that money for the stipend. So we'd actually be able to pay people to do that. Right now, when I talked to SOPs about the stipend process, they told me that there's a stipend exemption form that we have to fill out and then present to you all at Senate, explaining the reasons why we need to add on these additional stipended positions to like the Muslim Student Association. And then we have SWANA coordinators basically be paid with these stipends, doing that SWANA work under the MSA stipend line item. That makes sense. So those additional positions would be used to do SWANA work. Additionally, President Moreno is committing to a SWANA secretary position in her cabinet that would allow people to continue to do the SWANA work under her administration. And that's someone who could like help spearhead the project depending on how the space allocation process plays out.
Thank you so much.
Senator Fisher.
Hi again, thanks for coming. I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion. I move to authorize funding from surplus to Group Muslim Student Association OS 061I in the amount of $30,000 to new line item SWANA Center Fund.
Second Withers.
Motion made by Fisher, seconded Peters. Do we have any conversation or any more conversation? Senator Withers and then Senator Perez.
I was just wondering, how is the SWANA position in the executive cabinet going to be appointed? Like, what is the process for that going to look like?
So the SWANA secretary is going to be under the DEIA department in the executive branch. So along with like our LGBTQ secretary, our accessibility secretary, there's also going to be a SWANA secretary specifically for making sure multiculturalism is thriving with our political climate right now, and we've been really supporting this.
I'm just wondering, like, what is the process going to look like for picking that person though? Because I'm kind of worried it's going to be ASUO-fied instead of like, multicultural.
Fair. Well, I talked to the amazing people of the coalition, and I did say that I will be drafting the job description with them to make sure that it would meet their needs as the SWANA coalition and the SWANA center leaders. And I'll probably be asking them for recommendations on who would be best. And it'll probably be somebody that I've already been working with for the SWANA center.
And Priscilla has been heavily involved in like our planning meetings and knows who like a lot of the leaders are. Like these two up here who are going to be keeping the project going. So it's likely going to be someone who's been like very closely working on this project, who's familiar with what's happening.
I yield.
Senator Perez. Yeah, thanks for being here. Sorry if I misheard, but when would you guys find out if you get the EMU?
The June 15th is the date that the EMU is telling us.
Gotcha. And then if you just say an agate, would you use that funding there?
Yes, we would use some of the equipment money to put furniture there. And then ideally, once we do get a space in the EMU, we can move that equipment here to the EMU in the space that we get.
Gotcha. So regardless of in the EMU room or not, you would be end up spending the equipment money and the programming money.
That's correct.
Gotcha. I yield. Call Senator Perez. Aye. Senator Peters.
Aye.
Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator O'Neill.
Aye.
Senator Taylor. Aye. Senator Smith.
Aye.
Senator Hofferdev.
Aye.
Senator Heffernan. Senator Ahmad Diafed. Senator Jenkins Hiscox.
Aye.
Senator Chisholm. Senator Nagarajan. Aye. Senator Stevenson. Senator Withers.
Aye.
Senator Collis.
Aye.
Senator Bagustas. Senator Busi. Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator Questenberry.
Aye.
Senator Littman.
Aye.
And I say aye as well.
Congrats, guys. Thank you so much for like guiding us through this process and supporting us. So appreciate it. Congratulations, new Senate.
All right, next we have public speaking chapter, public speaking UO chapters. Senator Withers.
I move to table the request for public speaking UO chapter.
I think yeah.
Motion made by Withers, seconded Perez. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Withers, motion passed.
That and undergraduate law association haven't been showing up. Do they like know that this is still happening?
I'll end up reaching out to them and seeing what's going on.
Okay, I feel like that would be good. I do.
Undergraduate Law Association. Senator Stevenson.
I move to table the request from Undergraduate Law Association.
Second, Withers.
Motion made by Stevenson, seconded Questenberry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The other. Motion's passed, tabled. And then Best Buddies UO. Senator Stevenson.
Let's go. I move to table the request from Best Buddies UO.
Second Perez. Motion made by Stevenson, seconded Ludeman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Any other? It's tabled. And moving on to our resolution. A resolution to enhance financial transparency, university administration. Under Bishop Lender.
Oh, amazing. Hi, Andrew. I love to see you. Leslie also, I believe, was on her way. So I'm just gonna give a quick little overview, and then if Leslie comes in, I'm probably gonna yield time to her. Her and Andrew were the main architects of this. I just kind of took it over, so it was here when we all started. Basically, this is a resolution to ask that the university have more financial transparency, both as a university and then also within the UO Foundation. It has been, you can see on the list, it's been co-sponsored and or passed by every other group on campus, all the union groups. So it's basically got a couple of notes that I think are mainly important. One of my favorite pieces about it is the 5% gift fee. So this would require that donations to the university, 5% of the donation goes actually to a pot of the university and not for a specific purpose. So if you're donating $1 million to a building, 5% of that just goes to the university. At the very end, that is on the very last paragraph on page 5. Sorry, wasn't showing up. The beginning side of this is more about financial transparency from the university. So the idea here being that when they tell us or they give what they're spending money on, it's much more detailed. Currently, they just have very, very wide categories. Like this goes to staff, and it's just the maximum amount of money. What is the staff and how much is the staff getting paid? So it's transparency there with a clear breakdown beyond the general categories of just staff, etc. And then there's also a section that talks about all the other universities that have done this as well. So this is a precedent. And then there is a piece about the UO Foundation and more public transparency about how the UO Foundation is spending money, including the outsource of management from the board of trustees to Jasper Ridge. Unless it shows up, but Andrew is also available. If I yield to Andrew. I yield to Andrew.
Hi, everybody. This is Andrew Ducharme. I am a former senator who has worked with Leslie and with Kayla on this resolution. I think Kayla did a really great, excuse me. I think Senator Fisher did an extremely good job of summarizing this resolution. Yesterday at the Board of Trustees meeting, we saw union leadership present the message really of this resolution to the trustees who honestly were surprised by the lack of transparency that is kind of just kind of understood by everybody who's on campus every day. And so they need a message from campus, from across campus. They're seeing it from the workers. And this is a move to, have the student government, the representatives of the students say it. Of course, there's some overlap between students and workers, but as kind of this official body, I think it's important that we say something, especially since the university senate is currently essentially out of session until the fall. I'm also happy to answer any questions, but I yield.
Oh, I felt amazing. Hi, Leslie. I just want to invite you up. We're doing a quick talk about it. If there's anything that you can like.
Yeah, I can do.
I talked a little bit, and then Andrew talked a little bit, but you know this much more detailed than we do.
And so y'all have talked about like what's in it so far?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Hello. Hi. I'm here simply as a go-between. So yeah, we kind of talked about this last week. So just so folks know, the version of the resolution that you have, a version of this has been passed internally by all 4 campus labor unions already. And they have sent this report actually directly to the Board of Trustees already. So it's already circulating. We also have faculty sponsors arranged for the Senate in the fall. So that is fully the intent. We just ran out of time at the end of the school year. The unions are also planning longer term campaigns around this. So there are a lot of really important aspects of it. Obviously, UO, the trustees' response was that they're already transparent. We know this isn't true. They deny the data that labor unions ask them for. They consistently do not provide the information that people ask about. I'm guessing including people in this room have a lot of questions about the budget that probably have not been answered. So yeah, there's a lot in it specifically around like the internal budget and how allocations are made, how we decide what is spent, as well as like what the actual expenditures are versus the budgeted amount. There's also specifically requests in there to package this as data that can be analyzed by external groups like an economics professor, right? An economics professor actually has really relevant, amazing expertise that they could offer to help solve UO's budgetary crisis problem if they would just give us a seat at the table. So there's sort of like the transparency stuff. Then there's also the aspect of shared governance. So the idea would be to create and empower bodies that could not only review things like purchasing, investments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and make recommendations about it, but also would be empowered potentially to audit things like the UO Foundation. So the UO Foundation, as you all know, is a black box. We really don't know anything about the investments. As you might know, a 5% gift fee is assessed for every single private donation that goes directly to the endowment. The endowment returns some funds to the UO operating budget each year, but we don't have clarity about how they decide what to return, how much to return. There's no clarity. And they are giving themselves big raises. So Paul Weinhold is the CEO. He's got 125% raise over the last 10 years. It's really atrocious. And we also are looking to get some external reports on like the ESG principles. So Paul Weinhold has told people that Jasper Ridge investment manager makes investments according to these principles, but he doesn't know how they're ranked. He's just not aware. So we would like to understand, like, how are they ranked? Like, why, like, how does return on investment compare to these ethical principles that you kind of talk about? And then the last aspect of it is that gift fee reform thing that we've talked about. So that would basically say it's great that donors want to build a building with their name on it. It's amazing that they want to support our university. We love that. That's great. However, some of that money that they're donating, a small percentage, should not only go to the endowment, should not only go to capital construction, but should go directly to our internal operational budgets to make our internal kind of budgeting process year over year more sustainable, more stable. We're very tuition dependent. And so having some percentage of all those donations that are record breaking every year actually go to the mission, we think is valuable. UC Berkeley has already done this, and there are other schools that do it. So I think that's like the gist of the things you guys would need to hear. But I'm here for questions if you have them. Thanks.
The last thing I would like to say before I yield is that I think this is inherently important, not only because we have had almost all of the unions strike and or threat of a strike, but also because the university continues to send us passive aggressive emails about raising tuition, and we don't know why they're doing it or where the money that they're still getting is going. I yield.
I yield to President Moreno.
Everybody, thank you for your work on this. I was just gonna ask if I can be added as a co-sponsor if I'm not already. To Kayla or to anybody that
I'm doing it.
Thank you, I yield.
Senator Stevenson.
For anyone who can answer this, just there's a little paragraph talking about establishing a representative advisory body that's going to be auditing the university or the Jasper Ridge partners specifically. What is that going to look like as far as like how many people who are on that or like targeting putting those people in place?
Yeah, so some of these things are like intentionally vague because we don't know yet. So for the internal budgetary stuff, the University Senate has a budget committee that has recently been resurrected, and they have no power. They don't actually have any power, which it's great that they have a budget committee, but we should give them power. We should give them power. The budget committee, I do want to be like clear with folks, currently has, I believe, just faculty on it. So that would be a really important thing for us as University Senate members to be pushing to make sure there are student representatives, there are staff representatives, et cetera. I think that's doable. I think the Senate leadership is open to those conversations. Again, the budget committee just got started, but there are several strong labor leaders on the budget committee. So for the internal budget, I think that is what the University Senate would like to see anyways. For Jasper Ridge, we don't, I mean, they don't actually have to listen to us, as you all know. We should make recommendations to them. They currently have like this board of trustees, not a lot of clarity about how you get on that, who's on that, what their interests are, et cetera. There really is no public or community engagement. There's just none. So I think that is probably the bigger question. I'm not sure exactly what they would look like. I think ASUO, if you pass this, could potentially play a role in shaping what that ends up being. I do think it would end up being a separate committee from the budget committee. I think it would be some secret third thing. Yeah, secret third thing. But I think that if ASUO passes it, y'all could come to the table and say, this is what we want to see. This is what we think would be good. This is what we think would make sense for our community. And I think honestly, there's also a really good case to be made for UO leaders because they also don't have control over what happens at the foundation. They also don't have a lot of information. And so I think if you make a strong pitch that like there should be an external community advisory board of campus stakeholders, of student leaders, of faculty, staff, et cetera, leaders, I think that is like a conversation that could be had.
Thank you very much. I yield.
Yeah.
I'd like to yield his language.
Thank you. Yeah, UAW 8121 is very happy to co-sponsor this resolution, but I would also like to add that some of the provisions within this resolution, particularly on transparency for the UO Foundation, were also included in a proposed bill called the Sunshine Bill that was written up by the American Federation of Teachers Oregon and co-written by former Senator Ducharme, which was beaten down viciously by the University of Oregon's lobbying team before it could ever hit the floor at the Capitol. So when we are in this financial crisis that we are in, and that we very frequently receive emails about, they are still completely fine with paying their lobbyists generous sums to stop them from having to provide financial accountability and transparency of their foundation. So I think that that's a valuable remark to make sure that it's finalized.
Thank you for your insight.
And just for senators, how a motion for a resolution works is you will say, I move to adopt the name of the resolution, read the whole thing, and then we vote.
Senator Fisher.
I move to adopt resolution to enhance financial transparency in university. Then I immediately read it right out.
Yeah.
Topic: establishing enhanced financial transparency, shared governance, and gift fee reform to support the academic and budgetary viability of the UO. Authors: Senator Kayla Fisher, Instructor Leslie Seltzer, Andrew Ducharme, former senator. Co-sponsors: United Academic, Graduate Teaching Fellows Federation, UO Student Workers, Service Employees International Union, Climate Justice League, ASUO President Priscilla Moreno, Speaker Quadrian Grill, Deputy Speaker Aaron Ludeman, Senator Paul Stevenson, Senator Logan Taylor, Senator Jeff Fisher, Senator Bella Hopperhay. Whereas the University of Oregon's mission statement identifies its values as including the success of the students and faculty and staff who work and learn here, and quote, our shared charges to steward resources sustainably and responsibility, end quote. Whereas the University of Oregon's 10-year institutional Oregon Rising strategic plan, as endorsed by the current president of the University of Oregon, specifies the goal of creating programs, processes, and structures that will make us known as a university that authentically supports the flourishing of our students, faculty, and staff, and that this goal should be achieved through enhancing, quote, business practices, processes, systems, and tools to support the needs of the university community effectively and efficiently, end quote. Whereas the University of Oregon has publicly committed to a model of shared governance with students, faculty, and staff represented by the University Senate, the Associated Students of the University of Oregon, and campus labor groups, which are democratic bodies representing approximately 28,000 students and 10,000 workers. Whereas the University of Oregon states publicly that its leaders have a strong commitment as a public institution to transparency and accountability, whereas the University of Oregon has consistently cited budgetary crises as the reasoning for substandard wages below market average for faculty, staff, student workers, and graduate employees over the past 2 years of contract negotiations, despite public financial reports in which the UO states that the 2023-24 fiscal year saw increases in total funds raised, the number of gifts, and total donors over the previous fiscal year. Whereas the University of Oregon has recently implemented significant cuts to programs and employment units, including halting multiple search and hire processes across different employee groups, as well as shifting significantly towards hiring of low-wage temporary positions in lieu of higher-wage long-term positions. Whereas the University of Oregon is the steward of a total of $2.9 billion in assets, including hundreds of millions of dollars in student tuition, public funds, and donations, including a $1.63 billion endowment stewarded by the foundation. Whereas the University of Oregon Board of Trustees and administrative leadership currently provide limited transparency into UO operational budgetary decisions and allocations, aside from generalized budgetary categories and general categories of assets, without detailed breakdown of discretionary fund choices or major decisions to prioritize certain operational budgets over others, nor does the UO leadership currently engage in democratic dialogue over budgetary choices in collaboration with representative bodies such as the University Senate, the Associated Students of the University of Oregon, and campus labor groups. Whereas the UO's $1.63 billion endowment is overseen by the UO Foundation, which has outsourced the entire management of this investment portfolio to Jasper Ridge Partners, a private investment firm. Whereas the UO Foundation is exempt from public records requests or any public transparency into its decisions about which funds to invest back into the UO, or any formal deliberation or input from campus stakeholder groups such as students, faculty, and workers. Whereas the UO Foundation CEO and President Paul Weinhold, who received a 116% raise between 2011 and 2023, including a 23% raise in 2022-2023 for a total salary of $642,673, stated during a meeting with faculty and students held on December 3rd, 2024, that he is not aware of how Jasper Ridge Partners rank ESG, environmental, social, and governance factors within investment decisions, and that these factors may be superseded by return on investment priorities. Whereas the University of Oregon's $1.63 billion endowment through the UO Foundation is not obligated to public records requests, transparency into specific operations, nor any form of democratic deliberation or broader campus dialogue on how endowment and invested funds are managed or returned to UO's operational costs to ease budgetary strain. Whereas this absence of detailed transparency in both UO's operating budget and the UO Foundation's operations undermines the UO's public service mission by preventing healthy dialogue, debate, and dissent over budgetary and investment priorities, and by exerting undemocratic control over academic programs, employment services, and institutional investments. Whereas all campus members, including students, faculty, and staff, hold a direct stake in the University of Oregon's non-transparent budgetary decisions to cut funding for employment and or academic programs and or to raise the cost of public education in the state of Oregon by raising the cost of tuition. Whereas the preservation of the University of Oregon's and the UO Foundation's financial integrity and effectiveness is of concern for all students, employees, alumni, community members, taxpayers, and donors in the state of Oregon, as quote, 64% of all donors were from Oregon and 75% of all donors were alumni, end quote, in 2023-2024. Whereas campus stakeholders, including students, faculty, staff, alumni, community members, and taxpayers, as well as the democratic bodies which represent stakeholder groups, would be better able to support and advocate in state legislature for increased funding at the University of Oregon if they received greater clarity on how the UO's assets, investments, and budgets are currently allocated and prioritized. Whereas it is necessary for the University of Oregon's allocation of budgets, assets, and investments to reflect the diverse perspectives of the university community in order to ensure alignment of the university's decisions with the stated values and principles that are broadly shared. Therefore, let it be resolved, effective immediately by the Associated Students of the University of Oregon Senate, acting under the authority of the ASUO Constitution, that the President of the University of Oregon should establish enhanced financial transparency and collaborative budgetary structures such as the Senate Budget Committee and internal shared governance bodies of each school and college, advance shared governance and institutional democracy by one, publishing the detailed allocation of its current budgets with a clear breakdown beyond general categories, as modeled after the University of Oregon's current disclosure of the schedule of expenditures of federal awards in the UO annual financial report, as well as providing data on budgetary allocations versus actual expenditures, and enabling all this data to be available for systemic extraction and analysis by campus stakeholder by making this information publicly accessible to students, faculty, staff, donors, and taxpayers on the University of Oregon Transparency website. 2, publicly disclosing the principles and processes according to which the UO's Board of Trustees and other administrative executives currently allocate the UO's operational budget and direct discretionary funds, including any and all data used in the evaluation or determination of compensation for executives and officers of administration at dean level or above, as well as any and all data used in the evaluation or determination of compensation for other employee groups represented by collective bargaining agreements, and making this information publicly accessible to students, faculty, staff, donors, and taxpayers on the University of Oregon Transparency website. 3, aiding the recently launched Senate Budget Committee as a representative advisory body, a standing committee of the Senate that is empowered to accept, consider, and make recommendations about annual university budgetary allocations, as well as purchasing, contracting, and investments in recognition that budget allocations reflect priorities and directly impact all academic programs and academic matters as commonly understood. This has already been implemented at other universities, such as the University of Washington, Johns Hopkins, Boston, Brown University, and Northwestern University. The ASUO Senate urges both the university CFO and the CEO and president of the UO Foundation to establish enhanced financial transparency and collaborative budgetary dialogue to advance shared governance and institutional democracy by one, publicly clarifying the allocation of current assets and its holdings by sector and percent of total investments, and making this information publicly accessible to students, faculty, staff, donors, and taxpayers on the UO Foundation website. Two, publicly disclosing the guidelines according to which the UO Foundation's Board of Trustees and Investment Committee provide directions to Jasper Ridge Partners in making investments on behalf of the UO Foundation, and making this information publicly accessible to students, faculty, staff, donors, and taxpayers on the UO Foundation website. Three, publicly disclosing at least annually an external ESG, environmental, social, and governance assessment and report provided to the university community on the UO Foundation's website in order to provide transparency into how actual endowment investment practices match ESG values and broadly shared community values. Four, publicly disclosing at least annually the purposes and restrictions of the endowments held by the UO Foundation and their allocations to the University of Oregon's operational budget, as well as the Foundation's reasoning for the distribution of funds in an amount other than the authorized annual Foundation spending policy via a report publicly accessible to students, faculty, staff, donors, and taxpayers on the UO Foundation website. Five, establishing a representative advisory body or standing committee that is empowered to audit investments made by Jasper Ridge Partners or other future investment managers on behalf of the UO Foundation in order to make recommendations about potential changes to investments, as well as to review and make recommendations regarding UO Foundation money, which is returned to the University of Oregon operations. The ASUO Senate urges the president of the University of Oregon to immediately create a task force including members representing student, faculty, and staff interests who shall explore and publicize the report with recommendations for how the University of Oregon can achieve a more stable long-term revenue structure, including studying the viability of automatically requiring a percentage of each private donation and or standard percentage of the endowment's annual return on investment go directly to fund the University of Oregon's general operational budget, also known as an operational gift fee, as other universities and colleges have implemented, in addition to or as a portion of the existing 5% gift fee, which is directed to the UO Foundation, thus improving the overall stability of revenue for core operations and ensuring the educational and research missions of the university are prioritized in addition to the interests of private donors and capital development. The ASUO Senate calls on the University Senate to pass a similar resolution in order to demonstrate that all bodies engaged in shared governance and the representation of students and workers at the UO support the affirmation demands for financial transparency, democratic dialogue, and the gift fee reform of the University of Oregon.
Seconded Fisher.
A single drink during that.
Motion made by Fisher, seconded by Fisher.
No raise for that.
Do we have any discussion? I'll say I think this is a really important resolution. I think that it's pretty gross that we have a public institution that's relying on this private pool of tax exempt money to investing in unethical markets and not making this transparent. So I think this is at the core of things that we should be worried as students. Senator Perez. Aye. Senator Peters.
Aye.
Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator O'Neill.
Aye.
Senator Taylor. Senator Smith.
Aye.
Senator Hopperton. Senator Heffernan.
Aye.
Senator Alma Diaz. Senator Jenkins Hiscox.
Aye.
Senator Chisholm.
Aye.
Senator Nagarajan.
Aye.
Senator Stevenson. Aye. Senator Withers.
Aye.
Senator Colas.
Aye.
Senator Bagenstos.
Aye.
Senator Lucy.
Aye.
Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator Questenberg. Senator Ludeman.
Aye.
Senator Bill.
Thank you. Let's and from Senator.
I am gonna mix up the order real quick. We're gonna start with the Jacob Brown Constitutional Court nomination.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rachel Brandon, your pronouns, and I'm the ASUO president.
Hi guys, my name is Daphne Patrick. I'm the chief of staff.
And today we're appointing the last of our 4 Concord justices. Like I said last week, this was a really competitive position to fill. We had 17 applications come through, and we had to pick 4 of them, which is a really tall task. And Daphne's going to speak a little bit to Jacob Brown's, who's going to get appointed right now, hopefully, to his interview and just his experience and why he's the person for the job. I will say in our interview, it's very rare that I have an interview that had like really just, I'm taken aback by it. He's just really smart and talented and experienced, and he also taught us things in the interview, which is really nice. It's very rare that I learned something in an interview, and it was just so. Daphne's going to speak a little bit more to his application and his interview.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for being here. So I just wrote some stuff down just to gather my thoughts. I had the chance to interview Jacob on May 9th, and I had extreme support of his confirmation to the court today. His background indicated to me that he understands the value of hard work and has a moral compass shaped by his genuine and diverse experiences. He has been an officer in student government in his undergrad in RA, and he now serves in a leadership program through the law school, which are some experiences that I think show his ability to work with different groups of people, and I trust that would be beneficial to this year's Concord. I'm extremely excited about Jacob's vision for making the court more interactive and accessible, and his experience in outreach and education told me that he's confident taking on a role that is in desperate need of definition and reshaping. Jacob is kind, humble, and honest. His ability to bring people together, shown through his experience navigating student body pushback as senator and chief of staff, proves he can handle the judicial pressures he will face while keeping the court connected to students, which is a goal Priscilla, Jordan, and I share. I believe Jacob will serve our student body well, and I encourage his confirmation today. Thank you.
I'm going to invite him up to introduce himself and so that y'all have any questions. You should have his resume and his application, but yeah.
Very much. Hi guys, my name is Jacob Brown. I'm a law student here at the University of Oregon. I'm going into my 2L year. Trying to think about what else is there to say about my background. I guess something you guys might not guess is I was in court all day today, so that was fun. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here. Any questions? Anything popping up into mind? Senator Fisher.
Hi, it's like very nice to meet you. You look very well dressed. I was just wondering like what attracted you to this role and what piqued your interest in Concord.
Yeah, absolutely. So in undergrad, I served as both a senator and chief of staff in student government over my time there. During that experience, I got to realize how important shared governance is, and I got to advocate and successfully push for a couple different changes at my old university. Something I think I undervalued was the impact of the judicial branch at the time, and something that a law school education will really give you is a value for judicial activism, I guess is a good word. Whenever you're dealing with a role like a judicial officer or a judicial branch, you're inherently going to be dealing with a situation that someone who's getting to make those decisions is going to be motivated by their personal experiences. And I think I'm someone whose personal experiences motivate me to be honest, to have integrity with my decisions, and to put students first in most of my focus. So that's why I was really interested in this position.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Senator Fisher, then Senator O'Neill.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. You look great.
Thank you.
First, I was wondering, what kind of law do you want to practice when you graduate?
I'm most interested in criminal law.
Okay. Amazing. And then I also wanted to ask what your favorite 1L class was.
My favorite 1L class. Funny enough, it wasn't criminal law, and my fellow law students back
It never
here
is.
laugh a little bit. Sorry, what was that?
Said it never is.
No. Honestly, funny enough, when I was writing the write-on that your wonderful president and chief of staff organized for the position, I was in the middle of preparing for my constitutional law final, and it actually made it a lot more enjoyable. So yeah, I would probably say constitutional law was the most fun.
Thanks so much. I yield.
Yeah, absolutely.
Senator O'Neill.
Hi, what kind of advocacy did you engage in at Kansas State University?
Yeah, absolutely. So as the chief of staff of the student government at Kansas State, I was in charge of a program that was called the Legislative Advocates. What that can trying to think of how to sum it up nicely. I was in charge of 25 to 35 students, depending on how many actually stayed. There was a bit of an ebb and flow going on there for a while. But basically, the way that activism looked like is I drove an hour every day to the state capitol, where I was organizing meetings between 25 other students and myself with state senators, state reps, interacting with Kansas state lobbyists, kind of coordinating goals with the university and finding what was both beneficial for them to push in the state legislature and what was beneficial for student goals as well. And in that, we were able to bring a lot more money to, there's something called a resource officer in the Midwest. It's pretty common for farmers. I don't know if you guys have a similar program in Oregon or not. But the way that looks is you'll have university-sponsored educators out there helping farmers, helping communities, dealing with, when you're talking about bioagriculture issues, when you're talking about scientific data, when you're talking about I need these kind of soil samples sent off to a lab and I don't have the resources to do that, that's where the resource officer is involved. And we were able to raise the budget for that pretty significantly. We were able to get state dollars for that program and many other programs, which helped a lot of small rural communities in Kansas.
Are there any specific, I guess, goals, sectors of advocacy that you specifically are interested in? You know, for example, sustainability, anti-racism, something.
I think something that's near and dear to my heart is green energy. I know that that's also something very near and dear to Oregon. I think I have a bit of a different take. The Midwest is not a huge fan of the air technology that we've built in, the massive fans that you guys see. I'm sure there's photos all over the place. They're not very efficient. They need to be reproduced all the time. You're remanufacturing and disposing of large quantities of that. So I really would like to see a overhaul of green energy in this country in general.
I yield.
Senator Questenberry, then Senator Opperhead.
Well, I always love seeing a fellow Boston here on main campus, so welcome in. I've got a couple of questions for you tonight. My first one is, you say you want to go into criminal law, correct? You thinking prosecution or defense?
I'm working for a solo practitioner defense attorney right now. She's in the defense consortium, so we're taking on indigent defendants, which means people that can't pay. That being said, I'm interested in all aspects. I think if you really want to understand how to argue an issue, the best thing you can do is put yourself on both sides.
Absolutely, I agree. That's fantastic. My next question would be, in your view, what is the role of cultural competence in student judicial proceedings?
That's actually a great question. I would say the role of cultural competence is going to play a factor in understanding where any student or any set of facts is coming from, in understanding the picture as a whole rather than just as a quick incident report in that kind of situation. However, I'm also going to say when you're dealing with an issue, when you're dealing with something like a constitution, or particularly the constitution of this organization, there's cultural competencies you need to be aware of, but there's also a greater standard of equality that you need to be upholding. So I think it plays a factor, but I do think there are other motivations that supersede that in some capacities. It's relevant, don't get me wrong, but I do think it is one part of a whole.
Okay. And kind of in that same vein, my other question would be, how would you respond to criticism that the student judicial process lacks equity or inclusivity?
Well, that's actually something I got to talk a lot about in my interview. It's something that I was kind of shocked to see that there's not a lot of interaction between the judicial branch and the other branches here. That being said, I think there's a lot of different things we can do as a program to open ourselves up to interactions with senators, interactions with the executive branch, and students. Would you phrase your question one more time?
Yeah, how would you respond to criticism from students or maybe members of this body that the student judicial process lacks equity or inclusivity?
Yeah, absolutely. So, on the vein of what I was just saying before I lost my train of thought, and I hope y'all forgive me, I think the best way to react to criticism and the best way to, interact with any instance in which you're receiving a critique is to frame it as positive as you can, to understand that it's coming from someone who's frustrated with the system and maybe not frustrated directly at you, and then to think about ways that the system can be either altered, tweaked, or worked in a different way that can try to resolve any equitable problems.
Okay. And then my last question before I yield is, can you share your approach to ensuring fairness in cases involving students from underrepresented or marginalized backgrounds?
Absolutely. I think a major component of any law student is going to tell you guys, is going to get up here and give you kind of a rehearse, like, oh, I'm not going to see one side or the other. I'm going to be perfectly unbiased. I'm going to, evaluate the issue as it comes to me. But honestly, everyone has biases, and I think it'd be kind of ridiculous to say that I don't. That being said, I think the best thing you can do to ensure equitable outcomes, to ensure an equal process for all, is to be aware of where your biases lie and to make sure you surround yourself with fellow judicial officers who also see that. I think the selection we've got here tonight is a great group of students who is by no means afraid to call each other out when we think anything might be, motivating other than the judicial thought and hopefully the positive outcome that you're trying to reach. I hope that answers your question.
No, thank you. I will.
Has anyone got anything else?
Senator Hopperday, then Senator Stevenson.
Hi, so looking at your resume, you said that you handled a lot of student code of conduct cases when you were at Kansas State.
I was a resident assistant, yeah.
When you were a resident assistant, yeah. So
handled might be a stretch. I wrote reports.
You wrote the reports. Okay. I think it's like, how do you feel about right now? Like, there's a lot of student code of conduct cases in reference to student organizing and more radical acts of protest on campus. How informed do you feel that you are about student protests on campus, especially as a law student not being on the central campus as much?
So to answer the latter half of that question first, how informed do I feel? I feel like I can always learn more. I haven't read through the entire new agreement. I haven't read through the entire old agreement with student workers, but I did spend quite a bit of time on, I talked about this in my interview. I have a habit of going on laps around campus. When you're a law student and you're stuck in the library, it gets pretty boring pretty fast. So I'll get coffee and I'll do laps. And I was actually walking past a lot of protesters, and maybe for better or for worse, I'm the kind of person that'll just kind of like come up to people I don't know and talk. That's a weird thing in the West Coast. I think I get a lot of strange looks right off the bat, but the Midwestern in me is like, hey, what's going on? What seems to be the problem? So I talked to a lot of, thank you. I talked to a lot of student advocates, and I got to kind of know what their positions were and what their grievances were. I'm happy to hear all the progress that's been made tonight, and I'm sure there's more I can learn. But getting back to the student code of conduct thing, I think at the end of the day, there's going to be a lot of frustration whenever you're going to have students advocating for change that is to the detriment of the administration of the university. Obviously, the university administration has had a lot of free will, and it sounds like that's going by the wayside. And that, there's always, anytime you're going to be giving or losing power, there's going to be an ebb and a flow. I think when it comes to student conduct, there's going to be a lot of concern from students. And I think the best thing that the judicial branch can do is be there to counsel students, be there to answer any questions or to provide any clarity. So I think it it is particularly a subject that we can always grow in and should always be paying attention to and growing in.
Yeah, I really love that answer. I think thinking about the balance of power and, like who is holding the most power at any given time is really important. Yeah, I yield.
Senator Stevenson.
Thank you. As someone who also grew up in the Midwest, I'm going to our question.
Can I ask where?
London, Ohio, specific city.
Okay, nice.
What sort of energy resource, when you said there should be an overhaul of green energy, especially in the Midwest where it's sort of just gray plains and wind is the only, like, in my mind, logical sort of green renewable energy there? What sort of overhaul do you see?
Oh, we are getting way past what my question is. Okay. If I had to answer your question in a quick way, I'm a huge fan of atomic energy, and I think it is often scaremongered. And I think it's often scaremongered because it has an enormous upside and it has a lot of unknowns. I think there's a right to be concerned, but I also think the benefits of this country and of any society has always been pushing into the unknown. So yeah, that's I'm very uneducated. I'm not a chemical engineer. I'm not a nuclear engineer, nothing like that. So I majored in history and philosophy, and I rightfully went to law school because no one else would hire me to do anything else.
Thank you for entertaining a Phil minor. I yield.
Senator Busi.
Hey Jacob, thanks for being here today. It's nice to meet you. I was just curious, what brought you to Oregon and what has that meant for you since you've arrived?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a couple things. I grew up in a really, really rural part of Missouri. My family's all blue collar. I'm the first gen student, first person in my family to go to college. That being said, oh, thank you. That being said, one of my mentors in undergrad brought up the fact that with every new experience, and particularly with every new educational experience, you tend to isolate yourself from where you came from. And I found that to be really true. A lot of my high school friends and a lot of the people that I knew before college are still working the same jobs that we were working when I left. I'm still living the same experiences before I left, and that makes their worldview their own. I sought out opportunities to get out of the small town, and I ended up putting myself in a position where my worldview has changed consistently. I saw Oregon as a huge opportunity to West Coast, Best Coast, so I wanted to get out further. But that being said, I saw this as a new opportunity and a new way to grow, so I was really intrigued by it.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, this is fun, guys. Come on.
Senator Pitcher.
Yeah, I love this. I'm also from Ohio, so Midwest. Cleveland though, so.
Oh, for those of you who don't know, there's a Cleveland Columbus beef.
There is, and that's why we've been fighting about, anyway. I think you're great. I'm so happy to have you here. I move to confirm Jacob Brown. Wait, what do I do? I have that motion.
Yeah. Okay, really quick, I have an actual judicial question.
Yeah.
Very quickly, have you read the ASUO Constitution or perused it?
Front to back.
Okay, so that's and then with that, that's great. What are your thoughts, Jennifer?
Oh Lord. Well, this will probably be a bit of a surprise to Priscilla and executive branch. I had a whole document that I haven't sent to you guys yet of all the spelling errors you guys have in your notes. That would be crazy. I think it's well said. I think it serves your guys' purpose very well. I would be intrigued with the opportunity to perhaps not edit in any way, but rewrite it in a way that preserves flow and integrity of what the document says without the spelling errors.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Senator Bagenstos.
Just a comment as a journalist I made your eyes think that. The irritation of grammar issues.
And I become curious, are you writing on for any of the journals at the law school?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Any other extracurricular commitments at the law school for this upcoming year?
As mentioned when I got up here, I'm a Frohmeyer Leadership Fellow. I hate titles. I'm a senior Frohmeyer Leadership Fellow. I'm in charge of organizing the curriculum this year and leading the charge on trying to bring some leadership education to law students so that they can bring that back to their communities when they're done with their time here. Other than that, and writing on the journal, and for those of you who don't know, law review or writing and getting as a position as a staff editor on a legal journal is like one of, if not the most important thing you can do as a law student, because it is the number one thing that judges and firms look at when they're hiring you outside of just your grades. So other than that, I don't have any commitments. And this is what I hope to do if you guys confirm me. Yeah.
Okay. Follow up to that, how do you manage your time? Let's hope you make it on a journal. And I found the load of journal to be quite a lot among all of the other law commitments. How would you approach your scheduling?
Yeah, so I think I've prepared myself really well in life to focus on my time management. Something I did in undergrad. So I was the chief of staff of student government my senior year. I was also the philanthropy chair of Interfraternity Council. I don't know if you guys have a similar Greek program here. I was also an RA. I was also on the history journal. I was also on the debate team. I packed myself literally to the point of having maybe 15 to 30 minutes a day, like outside of other commitments and other meetings with students. I feel incredibly confident that I can manage my time well. And also, I would love to have a new space to work. And I think working downstairs in the office and being accessible to you guys would be a really fun new change of scenery, because I want to get out of the library. So please help me.
Very law school coordinating. So
Awesome. We'll do Senator Stevenson, Senator Peters, and then we'll move to discussion.
Okay, I was gonna say, I hope I'm not cutting anyone off, but I would like to call the question. Like I would like to vote on this.
We need to discuss.
Yeah, there's no motion, but we can move to deliberation after Senator Peters.
I yield.
I just wanted to ask, what are your views on office hours for Concord? You kind of already alluded to it, but I want to get an answer from you.
I want to sit up here and give you a great answer. And I know that I'm capable of that. I also know that this is not something that I get to make in a vacuum. So I will say that there's room for improvement. And I'm sure there's going to be lots of conversations amongst the court on how to improve that. I don't have any specifics. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Jacob. If you want to step outside real quick, we'll deliberate and call you back in.
Thank you, guys.
Senator Fisher.
Kind of read the room. We all look. I feel like we're gonna yield to Priscilla.
Oh wait, we're not using mics, right? Because these are on today. They sound on today. Yeah, there it is. Well, I just wanted to say thank you for asking so many questions and really good questions. We never had an appointment like that. Y'all can speak to that as returners last Senate. This is really good. Thank you for asking those questions, and I hope you like him as much as I do, because he's really cool. So, yay, thank you.
Senator O'Neill.
I'm wondering, are all of the people that you're bringing to us for Concord, are they all law students?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a specific reason for that? Is that like a requirement?
Yeah, so the requirement is that at least 2 people on the court need to be law students. And there's 5 total. One of them is an undergraduate right now. Something that we saw this past year was that it was mostly undergrads, I think. I think they met the 2 requirement and then had the rest be undergrads. And I think that with the vision that we have for Concord, we really want people that are more knowledgeable with the law in general and understand how to navigate documents. So that's kind of why I came into it wanting the majority of the court to be law students, especially coming into their interviews and hearing that they have a broader vision for the court and wanting to help students navigate what's going on the federal level, and having that knowledge and having taken classes like constitutional classes and understanding what's going on there and being able to give students a solid answer is really important to me. But do you want to say?
Yeah, and just to quickly speak to like what we received in terms of applicants, out of our 17, I believe that 2 or 3 were undergrad total. So I think just happenstance, the pool was mostly law students for this group as well.
I do think that, well, I understand that there were only 2 undergrad applicants or however many, but I do, and I understand that this isn't a horrible thing, but I think it is worthy to keep in mind that I think fresh minds that haven't been indoctrinated into the education system that we have can often be very beneficial, I feel, when making decisions. But that is just my personal opinion. You know, the more you learn about law, the more you may think that it's unchangeable. And I think that that is something to keep in mind, but at least one's an undergrad.
Heffernan, or Senator Heffernan.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment. I think it's awesome that he is being an RA. I think that makes him already clearly so qualified, but I think it puts a nice amount of like grounding in student life and activity to already his just major knowledge basic qualification. I really like the guy. He's cool.
Senator Fisher.
I also want to say I've known and been really close to a lot of law students. I have seen very, very few law students get through their first year of law school and still want to be as involved as he seems to want to be. Law school, I don't even go to law school and I was drained. And I know that law students feel very drained. And so I think students who literally go out of their way to be more involved in other things, not only speak to like how passionately they feel about it, but also like to their ability to be there even when things are hard. I feel.
I can speak to that a little bit. I think that's one thing that makes me hesitant, is how committed he is to things. In this regard, I think it's a trade-off because something's going to have to give. And I know he has had a lot of experience with that. Law school's a whole other ball game. And especially journal. I've been part of the journal this last year, and it is extremely demanding and also time sensitive. So that's just something to put out there, that the trajectory of what he's committing to might be a little bit more. And if anything's going to go on the list of things he just said, it's going to be the non-law thing, which is going to be the Concord. I hope.
I also have a question that we should have asked him, but we didn't, maybe for someone like that. You know, do you know credits classes?
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, I thought. Okay. Hold it. Thanks.
I'm sure that I should. Did I share the applicants and the resume with the assistant? Okay, yeah, it did say at the very top of everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
50?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ayu.
At the moment.
Senator Backhouse.
I think him being as a former RA, I was an RA for like 2 years. I think as of like him being an RA speaks a lot to him being able to handle things in a timely manner. Because as an RA, you have to like do a lot of stuff and still be a student. And like, of course, with your majors, like there's different requirements of also having a minor or a double major. Even so, I think him being an RA and like an undergrad in law when he was undergrad speaks a lot to his time management. Maybe I don't know him, but that's just my judgment based off of his credibility.
Senator Stevenson.
I was going to say, for all of the people that have been presented to us, they're within 2 credit hours of each other, so like 14, 15, and 16. So it's like they're all full timers. So it's not like, this person has this much more free time than another candidate would, is my understanding at least. But yeah, I yield.
Senator Withers.
I think that he had proven himself in his undergrad that he can manage his schedule pretty well, like he said. And also, in the past, when we've had law students as Concord, they've also been very involved in things. And I don't think it's been a big problem that they've had a lot of things to juggle, because the people who are applying for this position are the ones who can juggle that. I yield.
Are we ready to vote? We do need a motion. Senator Fisher.
To appoint Jacob Brown to the Constitutional Court.
Second, Stevenson.
Motion made by Fisher, second Stevenson. Roll call vote. Senator Perez. Aye. Senator Peters.
Aye.
Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator O'Neill.
Aye.
Senator Taylor. Aye. Senator Smith.
Aye.
Senator Haberda.
Aye.
Senator Heffernan.
Aye.
Senator Amodipin. Senator Jenkins Hiscox. Senator Chisholm. Senator Nagarajan. Aye. Senator Stevenson. Aye. Senator Withers.
Aye.
Senator Colas.
Aye.
Senator Pavingstos.
Aye.
Senator Ducey.
Aye.
Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator Questenberry.
Abstain.
Senator Luderman.
Aye.
And I say aye.
We're good. Thank you.
Next confirmation will be Max McCool.
Okay. So this is Max. I did not interview Max, but Jordan and Daphne did, and I trust them with hiring, so.
You wanna say anything before I go? Okay, you know me. Got a little notes app. Okay, like I said, this is Max, and Jordan and I got to interview Max on May 16th. And honestly, his background is just so cool. I'm sure you can see it on his resume. His collaborative approach is amazing, and I believe he's an excellent person for this position. Max has experience as executive director of a nonprofit focused on native fish habitat and water rights, which told me a lot about his ability to navigate complex legal frameworks. I don't know about y'all, I don't know anything about that kind of stuff. It seems tough. And I also something I love about Max is how he brings his passions to work. And he really cares about the work that he does. Also, as a non-traditional student, I think that he brings a perspective that the court needs. Max has extensive volunteer work, including Meals on Wheels and advocacy for migrant farm workers, and I believe he has a deep commitment to community service and social justice. He has a great understanding of the ASUO Constitution and understands where our own Constitution can be leveraged in this organization, so ASUO's fight for student expression and their rights. Max is excited to work on integration between Concord and the other branches, and during his interview, I could tell that he was a genuinely curious person, which is a trait I believe makes a great leader. So once again, thank you for your time, senators, and I am in strong support of Max's confirmation today. I'm gonna hand it over. Thank you.
Kyle, thank you so much. Is it okay if I put this in here? Perfect. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit nervous. This never gets easier. I've done this in front of boardrooms before, and going up in front of a group of new people is always a fun experience, a little bit nerve-wracking, and been doing it a lot this year too. But my wife had me write down a little note card with my personal information on it because I got to experience seasonal allergies for the first time this year really badly. And so I got put on allergy meds. And so please bear with me. I'm functioning a little bit lower than usual today. I might have to repeat a question. But my name is Max McCool. I'm 28 years old. I'm from Portland, Oregon. I don't know how many people here are from Oregon. I think that only like 13% of law school is from Oregon, which I was kind of shocked by when I got there. For those of you that are from there, I'm from Southeast Montebello area. I went to Franklin High School. I did my undergraduate at California Polytechnic San Luis Obispo, and it was absolutely fantastic. And I also did grad school there pending my thesis defense, so I can't say I did grad school fully there yet. I still need to defend my thesis. However, after that, I worked in consulting. I founded a nonprofit. As was mentioned, and I promise you it's a lot easier than it sounds. It's really interesting work, but it isn't as complicated as it sounds. And then I'm coming back to law school because I gained a major interest in water law from that. I worked in agriculture for a really long time when I was in California, and part of my research as a grad student was working on nutrient pollution in freshwater systems and learning about nitrate pollution in agriculture that flows into that. Being from Oregon, a lot of my family is from the Tillamook area, and as an environmentalist, some of my principles sometimes go against theirs, but I've seen a lot of areas where a lot of enemies in that sense become your friends, and there are a lot of issues you can unite on. And so I wanted to come to law school to understand where we can unite on some of those interests in water law. And then finally, I was not in student government as a graduate as Jacob was, but it was something that I always really wish I had the opportunity to do. I put myself through school mostly, and so I was working around 30 to 35 hours a week doing landscaping while attending school full time. And so that just was something that I had to sacrifice an opportunity to do, but it's something that I've become really interested in. Seeing all of the student organizations when I came to law school through SBA and then all of the ASU organizations has been really inspiring and something that I really want to be a part of.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
Senator Withers and then Senator Bagenstos.
Hi, thank you for being here. Your name is really cool. I think that your resume is like my favorite resume I've ever seen. It's idyllic for the way I am. I just love it so much. But I was wondering, you're very environmentally focused, which I appreciate. But I was wondering why are you interested in joining ASUO? Because this isn't a very environmentally focused organization.
Sure. Yeah. So my favorite thing that I tell the people when they ask when I'm going to law school as an environmentalist is because I don't want to just be an environmental attorney. I want to be the best attorney possible that happens to work in environmental stuff. I applied for a federal court externship actually over the summer, and I ended up going with one that was paid. Unfortunately, that one was unpaid. But when I was going through that process of interviewing, I wanted to gain a better understanding of generalized law and how the federal courts work. And in the same way, I have a general interest in constitutional law. That's something that's super involved with environmental law, but also something that, I found very interesting throughout the year as well. And I think that ASU Concord takes the principles of federal constitutional law in a very unique way. And after reading through lots of Supreme Court opinions, it's something that really piqued my interest in the form of being able to be part of decisions within my local community and have an impact.
Yeah, I love that answer. Thank you, I yield.
Senator Bagenstos.
I didn't raise my plaque, but I'll ask a question if you're fine. You said you're from Tillamook, and I love Tillamook. Do you have a favorite cheese?
Yeah, sure. My family is mostly from Tillamook. I'm from Portland. But I do actually, I love Monterey Jack personally. That's kind of a hot take for some people, but I absolutely, their ice cream is phenomenal too on Class. Wow.
I agree.
Yeah. Great question. I love that one.
Senator Taylor and then Senator Stevens.
Thank you for being here. You kind of touched on this already a little bit, but what are your goals and, I guess, what's your vision for your place in this role?
Yeah, sure. So I kind of touched on this a little bit in the interviews and stuff. I have a vision of enabling you all to be able to do whatever you need to do. My personal opinion on Supreme Court should be and what Concord should be is a vehicle of deciding what is allowed and what is not allowed and finding ways to enable you all to do policy directives that you have in mind. I'm personally of the mind that justices both in the federal system and in this system shouldn't have a specific agenda, but should be enabling the people that are elected to fulfill their agenda. Really that.
Senator Stevenson and Senator Perez.
Thank you. See that there was a large number of work experiences. Do you feel like there was a role or a set number of roles that prepared you for this role specifically?
Yeah, so founding and managing a nonprofit definitely, I think, was probably the most applicable. I think that going through all of the laws of the state of Oregon and trying to find ways to leverage those laws to actuate change is something that was really interesting, and having to interpret those. I don't want to get too deeply into the nerdy fishery side of it, but for instance, I met with ODFW one time And we were discussing steelhead. Steelhead is basically an anadromous form of trout, and so it's a rainbow trout that lives in the Mackenzie River, goes out to the ocean for 1 or 2 years and kind of acts like a salmon. It comes back up and spawns. And so we were discussing the ways to define a steelhead through anadromous versus how they currently do, which is just by the length of it. And so technically a rainbow trout could be a steelhead. And it's really confusing jargon, but getting through that statutory interpretation of what is considered a steelhead legally, what can we include in the native trout challenge that we established, and how can we utilize that definition to be able to educate people on its endangered habitat area, and then also use that to our benefit to allow people to fish for it sustainably. Getting through some of those issues, I think, is really relevant to the statutory interpretation that's necessary for Concord, especially when we're doing exercises that were prepared by you all. I think that prepared me very well for that. And in addition, just the self-starting nature and time management was nature for sure. I still do that. I did that during my 1L year, but that's something that I have help coming on to take off of my plate for next year so that I have a lot more available time to do things like this, which is why I applied for this.
Thank you very much.
Senator Perez.
Yeah. Thanks for being here. I really like your application and learning why you want to advocate for students. How do you see yourself specifically on Concord to advocate for equity for students?
Sure. Yeah. So equity is something that is very important to me, and acknowledging that I come from a very privileged background is something that I have. Honestly, I'm not very vocal about this in the law school, but I live with an ongoing disability of long COVID. And so that's something that seeing how there were advocacy groups within the law school that were like Allied Students Against Ableism, and how there are similar undergraduate advocacy groups is something that has really imbued a sensitivity and a basis for acknowledging and understanding equity amongst all students. It's something where, every once in a while I'd have to miss a couple of classes if I was in bed. And it's really imbued me with a deep understanding of not completely understanding what everyone goes through. So I hope that kind of answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Senator Fisher, and then Senator Questenberry, and then we'll move to deliberation if everyone's okay with that.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. I have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
Some of them are similar to what I asked Jacob. Sure. Actually, they're the exact same question.
Sure.
So, first of all, environmental law?
Yeah.
Practice that when you graduate.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you plan to practice environmental law when you graduate? Like, what kind of law do you want to practice?
Sure, yeah. So I really want to get into water law. I think that ideally I'm working for, this summer, I'm actually working for a fantastic foundation called the Freshwater Trust. They're headquartered up in Portland. They do a lot of the work that I was just talking about, of kind of interfacing in between agriculture and water and finding ways that we can be allies to create a more sustainable environment for both fish and then for people that need to drink water and everything. And so ideally, I would love to become internal counsel for a nonprofit at some point. That's where my heart lies in public services. Something that is very, very deeply ingrained in me. My mom actually, a little bit off topic, but she was part of Cahoots when it was founded in Eugene. I know. Yeah, fantastic organization. I'm actually named Max. Yeah. Max, yeah. Yeah. Back in the 80s, I met at the Valentine's Day dance. Blood in Oregon goes really. So what about that? But yeah, so it kind of started with that. I able to volunteer at Loaves and Fishes a lot growing up. My mom worked in geriatric mental health, and so public service has been something that's been really important to me. That would be my ideal goal.
Perfect, thank you. So then your favorite class in law school?
Yeah, I really like property because it was the most environmentally related, but I'll give you a backup just as like kind of surprise one. I loved torts. If any of you are thinking about going to law school or going to law school here, our torts professor was one of the scariest people that I've ever met, but also one of the sweetest, kindest, most incredible teachers I've ever had at the same time. Cold calls were really scary, and they were really scary with her as well, but I felt really prepared for that class, and I learned so much from it. So, if any of you are considering it, I'm always available. I think my phone number is on my resume. Feel free to shoot me a text. make myself successful.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're good. By all means, most happy to talk.
My third question, then I have a fourth, and then I'm done, I promise. I think I missed it. I think your thesis topic that you have yet to defend it.
Oh, gosh, do you want the full, like, title? Or...
I want the title of the thesis.
Oh, integrated nutrient pollution system management within the state of California and agriculture utilizing cover crops and microalgae as a buffer.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's a lot of OChem, which that's why I'm in law school. I'm not great at OChem, so.
No, I love that. And then my last thing, which I was glad to hear you bring up before I got to ask it, but I saw it on your application thing. I was wondering if you could speak, and you can say no. This will not impact how I feel. But I was wondering if you can speak to the importance of awareness for students with unseen or hidden disabilities.
Yeah. So yeah, I can speak to that briefly. And again, this isn't something that I talk about very much, but it is something that's really important to me. So back in 2020, I flew to Asia and flew through Wuhan right before COVID started, and might have been one of the people that brought back. We don't talk about that, but it was really interesting because I grew up very privileged, and it was very humbling to go through the experience of going to the doctor close to what felt like 20 times to try and figure out what was going on and not understanding what was going on with my body and understanding that there are people that go through that every day just to make it to class and everything has been a really humbling experience and something that within my own advocacy is something that's very deeply impactful for me and something that has been very, very shaping of my law school experience so far and something that I'm also interested in bringing to the passion that I have.
Thank you so much. I know.
Senator Fisher.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm just gonna go ahead and ask the same question I asked Jacob, which is have you read the ASUO Constitution and any general takeaways you may have?
Yeah, so I wasn't going to bring up the spelling errors. I didn't want to. I didn't want to.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I definitely I think that it's a good basis for the vehicle. I think it's a good vehicle to accomplish the policy directives that you have. In my last answer regarding the equity issue on the handout that was given, yeah, I think my personal perspective, I'm not very textual with interpretation and being able to widely apply it, especially bringing in University of Oregon policies, it becomes kind of a weapon of your own design to be able to effectuate any policy measures that you believe are possible. And depending on what those policy measures are, is kind of what dictates the way that the Constitution is formed. The Constitution doesn't dictate.
No, yeah, that was very, very clear. Thank
you.
Requesting guy.
Hello. Okay, I was going to ask what your favorite class was, but property. Did you have Professor Wood?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, her research assistant next year too.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
She's fantastic.
My follow-up question is, what was your least favorite class?
So let me make it very clear. I love the professor that taught it. It just wasn't right up my alley. Civil procedure is just a different beast. It's how to file a lawsuit and a rule book of like what you can do with a lawsuit and everything. And as someone who wasn't a political science major, wasn't pre-law, I learned a lot about different types of variegated, plants and all that kind of stuff. I was kind of lost in that one a little bit, but I ended up working really hard in it and doing pretty well in it. Professor was fantastic. Professor Gervin is a fantastic individual, very pragmatic, and has some really funny stories. He's a Harvard, law graduate that's in a punk band that plays around Eugene. Really cool guy. So yeah, I forget is it House of North and Gale? His band, yeah. You can look up his band. He's actually pretty good if you like grunge stuff. So that was my least favorite class, but honestly, all the faculty that I've had hasn't made the class better. It's just the class itself was challenging for sure.
Yeah, Civ Pro is not.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Thank you so much for answering questions. If you want to step outside real quick, we'll deliberate and then we'll call you in a couple minutes.
Thank you all so much for having me.
Thank you.
Let me know if you have any questions. I actually wanted to ask Jordan, why he stuck out something.
The nonprofit work, ironically through PM major, but just having that background experience in something that wasn't necessarily related directly to law was kind of something that stood out to me, and just the background experience he has of from that.
Senator Withers.
I'm just gonna make the motion. I move to appoint Max McCool to Constitution Court.
Second Stevenson.
Motion made by Withers, seconded Peters. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah. And there's no more discussion. Senator Perez. Senator Peters. Senator Fisher. Senator O'Neill. Senator Taylor. Senator Smith.
Aye.
Senator Hopperhead.
Aye.
Senator Heffernan. Senator Oladipo. Senator Jenkins Hiscox. Senator Chisholm. Senator Nagarajan.
Aye.
Senator Stevenson.
Aye.
Senator Withers.
Aye.
Senator Polis.
Aye.
Senator Magistas.
Aye.
Senator Busi.
Aye.
Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator Quessenberry. Senator Friedman.
Aye.
And I say aye as well.
Like break it out there, say that. Just like.
Good drive, Max.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Then next for Constitution Court nomination, we have Reed Bobbitt.
Yeah, I just want to introduce Reese real quick. She really stood out because of her experience with the EPA and job. She can speak to that more, but I did want to talk about it, how it's negotiating environmental law between states and the federal government and other institutions, and that was like kind of perfect for Concord with all the different stakeholders, to use the PR term. And then also she had a lot of interest in judicial law, which she didn't expect to have. And I think that's really cool to go into something expecting to like one thing and liking another. So yeah, and then please take it away.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Reese. I'm 24 years old and I'm arriving throughout the University of Law. My pronouns are she, hers. I did my undergrad at the University of Iowa studying political science and environmental policy and planning, which was great. And during my time there, I did a lot of work with student orgs, student advocacy, and student philanthropy, which was really rewarding. And then in my junior year, I got to go abroad and do field work on the impacts of climate change on coastal, traditional, and indigenous livelihoods. So that was really cool work. And then after graduating from the University of Iowa, I took a year with the Department of Energy, the Federal Department of Energy. And with that fellowship, like Jordan kind of teed me up for, I did work with the federal government and work with the state government, and I kind of became the middleman for a lot of different clean energy innovation projects. So I was based out of South Carolina working for a quasi-judicial court, which was a court of 7 different judges, essentially. And at the same time, I was working for the federal DOE, getting called up to DC to do a whole bunch of different stuff with clean energy. So it was great. And then currently this summer, I'm working for a local nonprofit public interest law firm, and I'm really enjoying it. So we're currently, we just filed some federal litigation against the US government. So I've kind of gotten to see things from all different sides, got to work for the government on a state and a federal level, and now gotten to work sort of on the opposite end of the system, and it's been great. So.
Awesome, thank you for sharing. Does anybody want to kick us off? Senator Chisholm?
Thank you so much for I had a question about
your experience in Tanzania. I just wanted to know what drew you over there and what did you learn about like awareness, like
So in some ways, it kind of chose me. It was right after COVID, and I had a limited list of different countries that I could go to. But the program was focused on wildlife conservation and political ecology. And Tanzania just kind of drew me as one of those really unique opportunities to experience a culture you'd probably never otherwise get over to, let alone spend 5 months in and really culturally immerse yourself in. And so while there, I mean, I learned a lot. My program did a really good job of immersing us from the start in a lot of different aspects of East African life. So we spent a lot of time with tribes. We spent 2 months out in the national parks, which included a lot of different interaction with different regional tribes throughout the area. And then, of course, my focus on the field research in the impacts of climate change on these coastal livelihoods and these lower income areas of the country, and particularly on Indigenous communities. Was a really great crash course learning experience in just how deep these issues go, right? They're generations of families who have been impacted by these issues. And it's so much more than meets the eye. And, you know, the whole we listen and we don't judge really became like very real to me in that moment of I was there to understand and not to put my judgments or my perspectives onto a different culture. So it was great for all of that. Yeah. Thank you so much, AU. Yeah.
Senator Nagarajan. I was just curious about the litigations that you filed against the U.S. government. I'm just curious about.
Yeah, so we just filed last week, so there's like a cap on things that I can say about it. But I work for an environmental nonprofit, and we do something called atmospheric trust litigation, which is we're suing for the rights of young people to have a safe and habitable climate. And we're currently suing the federal administration for their executive orders that infringe on those rights. So we have 22 different plaintiffs from all across the United States, and we just filed in federal court in Montana. So it's really exciting.
Senator Questenberry.
Thanks. I was going to ask about your summer work as well. So that's excellent to hear. My other question for you is, what would you say has been your proudest moment of your 1L year?
It was definitely oral arguments in legal research and writing. I had Professor Rowe, and so every 1L has to do oral arguments in front of some sort of court. Some students get off easy and they just get their tutors who are the court. I got a real judge and a real lawyer. And I'm not the best public speaker. It's never something I've been particularly comfortable with, but I learned fast how to be comfortable sort of speaking in front of strangers and in front of people that have so much more authority over you was the first time I've really had to do that. So it was challenging, but a great learning experience.
Yeah, that's excellent. We're seeing it here right now. This debate is oral argument.
Thank you.
I know.
Senator Perez.
Yeah, thanks for being here. We get your work in South Carolina. I noticed you collaborated with analysts, lawyers, and administrators. What would you say is your biggest takeaway from that you can apply here at Concord?
Yeah, I would say that I think any job that I've worked has been infinitely better when I've worked with people with diverse backgrounds, and that job is a great example of that. Coming from a legal perspective, there's only so much you can know about things like grid reliability or wind farms or solar. And so having these people who all have different educational experiences, but also different just personal backgrounds and interests was a great lesson in how to sort of navigate those relationships and communicate clearly across different interests and majors and understanding levels. And it was also really encouraged me in certain ways in my career to want to continue to work with people who have those same different backgrounds.
Appreciate it. I yield.
Hi, thanks for coming and staying so late this evening. I kind of have a two-parter. First, what drew you to this role at Concord?
It was probably my work in South Carolina. I worked so it's a quasi-judicial court. They're called commissioners, but it's essentially 7 judges, and we operate like a court. So working for 7 judges was really interesting because you get a lot of personalities, you get a lot of quirks, and you get a lot of different leadership styles.
So after doing that, that kind of pushed me sort of in this direction. So when I saw this opportunity come up, I was like, wow, I've learned a lot through working for 7 different judges, and I would like to see if I can take the best of what they've taught me and avoid some of the pitfalls and mistakes that come with, different personalities on courts. So that was a big reason why. And then also throughout law school, my favorite class was common law, and I never in a million years thought that's what I was going to say. And now working on a case that's about a violation of constitutional rights also encouraged me and made me want to explore this opportunity as an associate justice.
Now, new question before I get to the other one. What were those pitfalls that I guess you would want to avoid?
Putting personal things into not personal issues was definitely something that we encountered a lot. And that was hard to manage as staff. You can't really tell your boss, your publicly elected boss, that they're making it about them, but that's what it was. So a little bit of that. Also just poor communication skills. That was something that I saw a lot of. People ended up duplicating work, or we ended up wasting time because across 7 different people, it was hard to get like a clear answer of what was prioritized, what needed to happen first. And it kind of became inefficient governance in some ways. So I would say those are some of the bigger ones.
And then my last question is, if you were to get appointed tonight, how do you envision yourself in this role, and what goals do you have to just for yourself or for redefining that goal?
Yeah, one of my goals, and something I've been thinking about a lot over this past year, especially in law school, is that I feel like as young people, we have all of us, well, most if not all of us in this room knows what it feels like for an institution to fail you or let you down in some way. So we as a collective ASUO and us on Concord can be a reliable institution that communicates clearly, respects boundaries, and approaches every issue with sort of fairness and consideration, then I think that would be great. That would be my primary goal for being a part of it, is just sort of creating institutional dependability. And then also just making sure, well, the revision of the Constitution, I'm expecting that question will come up, but I don't know if that's necessarily the role of Concord, but I also noticed when I was going through it, there's some issues that could probably be worked out that might make this whole operation run a little bit smoother. Not that it's not, just textually having a smoother way to approach things. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Senator Fisher?
Thank you so much for being here and doing this so late with such grace. I wanted to ask the same question I've asked everyone else, but that's not fair anymore. And you've also kind of already answered them. So I was wondering, so before I came here as a graduate student, I worked a lot in the government and in campaigns. And so I've worked with like freelance, and then I've done state government, and then I've done federal government. And it seems like you've also done the same thing. And I was wondering, in each of these 3 sectors, what sector did you find the hardest to work with, and which did you prefer to work with?
That's a great question, because I think it's something I'm still parsing out in my brain a little bit. Also, I'm 2 weeks on the job in the nonprofit world, but but I would say I do like working. I liked working in state government better than I liked working in federal government, just because I feel like you see the fruits of your labor a little bit more in that industry. Federal government takes about 4 years to get anything done, and then by the time you do, the next administration comes in and reverses it most of the time. So I think the state level of working at sort of a smaller scale, impacting communities in a more tangible way, was more attractive to me. And of course, inversely, the reason why I didn't like federal governance is because it's really hard to get stuff done. But I'm really liking this nonprofit public interest law world that I've just stepped into. It's after working within the system for 5 years, it's kind of cool to take a step out and kind of see what all you can do without the bureaucratic red tape and without having a super strict code of judicial conduct that won't let you say anything ever about any case ever. So,
Perfect. Thank you so much. And then my last question, do you ever plan on running for a real judge?
I wouldn't be so presumptuous. No, I don't think it's never been a goal.
And they always do it.
It's never been a goal of mine to run for public office. To be honest with you, if something came up, I would be open to it, but it's not something I'm striving for in my career now.
I see. Thank you so much. I know.
So are we ready to move to deliberation? Use them outside real quick. We'll invite you back in a little bit. Laura Sanders.
I move to appoint Ruth Bobbitt to Constitution Court.
Second by Ruth.
Motion made by Ludeman, seconded Perez.
Second. Did you raise your hand? Oh.
All those in favor say aye. Senator Perez. Aye. Senator Phoenix. Aye. Senator Fisher. Aye. Senator O'Neill. Senator Taylor. Senator Smith.
Aye.
Senator Hopperden.
Aye.
Senator Hepburn. Senator Ahmad Kiffin. Senator Jenkins Hiscox.
Aye.
Senator Chisholm. Senator Nagarajan.
Aye.
Senator Stevenson.
Aye.
Senator Withers.
Aye.
Senator Colas.
Aye.
Senator Meganstoss. Senator Boosie. Senator Fisher.
Aye.
Senator Questenberry.
Aye.
Senator Ludeman.
Aye.
And I say aye as well.
Okay.
Fair enough. Get back down.
Congrats, Miss. Then moving to the nomination for Inspector General David Morgan.
Guys.
Thank you.
So you all see, I brought printed version of the resolution and my notes from when I wrote, so I'm ready to field any of your questions. Are you okay if I sit down?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Um,
One of those chairs that aren't being used.
I'm not gonna say no.
The motion on the table, there's a motion by Senator Perez to, for a 5-minute recess. Second, and Questenberry. All those in favor say aye. And 5 minutes recess.
You look at this to him.
I know, you want, yeah.
You got it.
What's that? It's not like. It's not like it's. Just based on like the.
You stick it up, myself, Let's do that. Right this side. My arm, that's me, my touch, and I'm the tissues. I don't. My bedroom. Me too. So wait, can you say that again? I always miss your trail.
We already asked. Definitely very successfully, very easily. Yay. Everyone's ready. Yeah.
The continuation of that is like there's.
Oh, yeah, I did. We went out.
Received like during the last meeting. And it's like, this is how things should go. Like, this is what you should do.
And like,
What your opinion?
Like we have like a logging operation on there, and
There's pieces of that first part, obviously, because we're new.
fun. We almost ran out of gas on the way back.
Oh.
So my public records requested.
It'd be like,
We haven't.
yes.
Okay.
No, I messaged that chat. It's not, I'm like, yeah, it's really helpful. Like, don't know how you do that. So I feel like.
We do.
Little like an environment, yeah, like an environment. They're not as. It's like this is the.
People usually don't.
I don't think it works. It's just not what we're doing.
It's like literally like a rap about like
Amazing. So, and you have your boss that shit. And me and Victoria and Jazz the Priscilla.
Yeah, yes, yes.
Well, we literally
I used to freeze that line. Like if you miss your day. Yeah, if I had to freeze.
I'm not ready.
We'll start with the nomination. I do just want to preface, we're all really tired, but it's really important, so let's make sure and being engaged. It's our last major thing on the agenda today, so give it our all, and I'll let you take notes.
Sounds good. I mean, I already gave my introduction last time, so I feel like we're all Christian. Just get right into the question. That works with y'all. Nice and short.
Step it off today.
Yeah, so I have several questions. So I guess I'll start with maybe like two that are related. So reading this, like, who do you feel that you're investigating on behalf of? Do you think you're investigating on behalf of the students of the University of Oregon to ensure that we are doing things for in their best interests? Or do you feel like you are possibly like investigating on behalf of the university as a way to see like what we were actually doing, things that they possibly aren't aware of? I don't know.
Neither. Kind of the structure of this is before I can do anything, before I can investigate anything, I have to develop an audit plan. How that audit plan is created, read. Let's see, the audit plan is audit cycle. So section 6, that's where I would point you. If you go to section 6.2, says over the summer, the IG shall notify the OIG Oversight Committee of key findings during the exit interview process and provide a summary of emerging themes and procedural insights. Based on this feedback and transition documentation from the previous Inspector General, the Inspector General shall develop the draft audit plan and the OIG Oversight Committee shall collaborate with the IG to refine the proposal. The specific process for gathering and integrating input from both the IG and the committee shall be determined by the committee and defined in their internal procedures and outlined in section 2.5. And so the process for developing the draft plan, which is, or the audit plan, which is what basically lets me do anything as Inspector General, is completely up to you guys. And so, I mean, what you find most helpful is kind of what I will pursue. And then also, yeah, the reason I say neither is because this is really for you guys. The Inspector General is an internal audit function where basically, one of the things that came up last week was you guys were lamenting about how the previous Senate's resolutions, there was no easy way to find out what previous Senates had passed. There was not an accessible resource to find where resolutions were, what you were, these are binding things that you have to act on. And so what an example might be, Speaker Gill would say, okay, this is an issue that I don't have time to deal with right now, but it's an issue. And so he would go to the OIG Oversight Committee and he would say, David, I don't like how we broadcast resolutions to the public because we don't. It's in this folder that I found and it's not really accessible, so I wanted to make it more accessible. And so I would take that feedback and I'd be like, okay, this is a problem. I will develop an audit plan for it. I think I'll interview at least 3 people that were on the Senate last year to understand how they broadcasted resolutions to the public, just to see what previous systems were. Maybe I'll interview all the chairs of the committees to understand what they think the ideal system would look like. And then I would come back to the OIG Oversight Committee, which is, staffed by you all. And I will say, okay, so this is my plan. I'm going to interview these. I would want to interview these 3 people. As well as these 5 people, I want to review this. For that example, maybe I'll review the Constitution to see kind of what's the mandate. And I might, this is something that came up with conversation with Marisol. I know that just because we're a public institution, ASUO, we have some public records requirements. So I might look at documentation to see what those are. And then I'll come back to the OIG and say, this is my plan. What do you guys think? And they'll say, they might have some feedback. They say, well, actually, I don't think the chairs are the ones that you should interview. I think it should be this guy or this girl or like whoever, and I'll update it. And then once the OIG Oversight Committee is happy with the plan, then I still can't do anything. I have to go to the Constitution Court and say, Constitution Court, is this in my jurisdiction and did I follow the process? And then they'll say, in this case, okay, you're looking at something that's a system, it's a specific process, check, it's not punitive, check. You're in an auditing process that is within the legislative branch, so that's in your jurisdiction, check. Okay, this looks good. And only then will I be able to do anything. And everything that I can do is kind of outlined by you guys and done in collaboration with you guys. Like basically this role is kind of a helper. You guys experience the system day to day. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not the easiest system to work with. And so but you were kind of overwhelmed with just managing the system to actually have the time to try to fix it. So you're basically delegate to me saying like, okay, figure out what the hell is going on and tell us about it so we can then consider how we do it and like how we might do it better. And then, so it's really like, I would say the main beneficiary of this is current and future ASUO officers, because once that report is created, then, future Senate might have a similar issue. And they're like, I wonder, we ever investigated this before, and they'll go on however OIG ends up implementing publicly all the reports, and they'll say, oh, so they reviewed this, they looked at it, this is what their recommendations were. Well, this Senate, after reviewing these recommendations, they thought only these were good, and so they implemented them. Oh, this is why they didn't think these were bad. Okay, now I have more context. So really, the primary beneficiary of this is you, and ergo, because you'll be able to do a better job, you can better serve the mission of an ASUO, which is to serve its students. And so it's really by you being more effective in your roles, by being more better informed, and serve the student on better. Does that answer your question?
Good. And then my other part of my question is, you are currently on the board of trustees. How do you feel about that as a conflict of interest? And if the only way to get this appointment would be to quit the board of trustees, would you do that?
No, I don't think this is a conflict of interest for two main reasons. Actually, when I was first applying to be the chair of the election board last year as a trustee, I had a very long conversation with our general counsel on conflict of interest, because I am legally a public official. And so if I fail conflict of interest, like I can get fined, I can go to jail. This is stuff that I take very seriously. And if you notice, that's why the role that I had held, the chair, is kind of an independent body with a very specific mandate. It's very removed from all the policy of ASU, all the politics and all the core functions, right? It's just an independent body that ran the election. Similarly with this Inspector General, it's a very inward facing. All I care about is ASUO systems, ASUO's procedures, and working on making ASUO better. Like, I don't really ever, like, the only time that I would need to interact with anyone outside of ASUO was maybe for public records requests to see what other policies or laws might pertain to us. But again, I'm only working with you all, and I don't see how that's a conflict of interest. As for the board of trustees, like, no offense, but that's a little bit of a more, like, I have much more impact in that role, I see, and so I wouldn't want to give that up. And that was also, I spent 6 months, it was a very rigorous process to go through, and like, it's an honor and privilege to serve. And I also just spent the first year of my term being a non-voting member getting trained, and so it would be kind of shitty to leave right when I actually have the possibility to vote and make an impact. But again, I don't really see how there's any conflict of interest there, because I have really thought about that, because if there was, I legally couldn't do this role. So yeah, and again, really, this role never touches any of the policies. So like resolutions, or like, it's only focused on the how. How do you do what you do, not the what. That's outside of the jurisdiction of the OIG. I'm here and again, also because of the checks and balances that I've put into the system, like, yeah, I don't see how that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does create a little bit of a loophole. Aren't allowed to serve on the board of trustees as senators, and I think that creating like an additional role does sort of go around that, where you are, you're working closely with ASUO and yet still on the board of trustees. I just think it's like a little bit interesting to have this like extra thing that.
I mean, I would point you, because like, again, I really want to compare. So this role compared to the role as chair of the elections board, which is what I served in last year. And hopefully the actions and how I served in that role can kind of alleviate your concerns, because it is a very valid concern, right? I'm on this governing body that oversees the administration, and you want to maintain independence from administration because ASU only serves students. You're not part of the admin, you're independent from them. But first of all, there's other roles that already exist that I can't serve, like the chair of the elections board, that aren't really in that, senator or president role. So this isn't really creating a loophole in that sense, because it's not a loophole. It just I'm not involved in any way with the politics of ASU, and that's where the conflict of interest arises. Because if you pass a resolution, like you passed a resolution today, it's for the Board of Trustees. And so the reason I cannot serve on Senate is because that would be a clear conflict of interest, right? You can't separate those two roles, but this is independent from that. And when I was the chair of the elections board, I had the power to unilaterally decide what the rules were. I literally had the power to remove people from the ballot, and like I arbitrated grievance procedures. So I had like actual tangible power that I could implement on ASUO. And I mean, speak to anyone who you all partook in that election, and it's not like I abused that power in any way. No, anything. The way I served, I actually gave most of that power away. One of the constitutional amendments that I helped pass formalized the election period, which used to be completely up to the discretion of the board. I added something in the Constitution, which was, I was kind of aghast that didn't happen, but basically a line explicitly saying elections board members cannot campaign or endorse anything that's on the ballot, right? And trying to improve checks and balances. I also wrote the first bylaws for the elections board because previously the chair could kind of do what they wanted. And so that's just not a good system. And so going from having all this kind of hard power to now in the Inspector General role, all I have the power to do is have you ask me questions, and then I write a report saying this is what I found. And like, you can just ignore it if you don't like what I'm saying, I guess. But it's like, I have no, and that's why the Inspector General office is set up the way it does not have any tangible power in the institution. And that's again why I don't think I have any conflict of interest, because like I literally, there's nothing that I can do to change how you guys operate. My only job is to kind of, ask the questions you want me to ask. And so, in that way, I feel pretty comfortable. I don't think,
Yeah, and I think I understand, like, it's not changing how we directly operate. I do think it is changing how we're remembered and how like our written history is reported from a perspective that is possibly like influenced by admin and from your experience in admin. I don't really have any more questions. I would like to yield to Priscilla.
Could I just answer that real quick?
Sure.
I think it's kind of interesting that you're framing this, because if you look at like the power that I would have as the IG or versus the power that I have as the Board of Trustees, like it's admin that should be shitting their pants that I'm part of ASUO, not the other way around, because like as a Board of Trustees, I actually have tangible power that can affect what the Board of Trustees does. And I'm working for you guys. And so, unconscious bias is a very real thing, but the board meets and I see admin once for 1.5 days every 3 months. But with this, I would be with you guys in the office every day, and how unconscious bias works is the more exposure you have to certain things, the more you are. So I honestly think for me, at least, the risk would be much more me, being swayed by you guys and then not having a neutral perspective on the board rather than the other way around.
Yeah, I would like to give a little bit more perspective to the question on the conflict of interest and ask you a follow-up question.
Sure.
And also context for Senate. The reason that Jordan and I signed on to this resolution as co-sponsors was because I very explicitly asked during the time that that resolution was being passed if this was going to advance the mission of student power and what we ran on, which some of it had to do with investigating the university and putting reports together from the university. I asked you a question about public records requests. I asked if, we asked you to do a report on the UO student workers strike and how the university was involved in that, how different bodies of ASUO were involved in that. Also, how the UO Board of Trustees was involved in that. Would you investigate the body that you will be a voting member of?
So that's a good question. And I want to kind of go back to one of my previous responses, which is this is an internal facing position. And so we did have that conversation, and I agree, because like with the labor strike, for example, how ASUO acted and what ASU can and cannot do, and what admin says they can and cannot do versus what they actually can, that is a serious concern. And so I would be more than happy to investigate how admin interacts with ASUO and how the Board of Trustees acts with ASUO. But again, the Inspector General is not here to audit the university. The university has their own internal auditor, and so like I would invite you to reach out to them if you have concerns. But like this role and the jurisdiction of this role is looking at ASUO. And again, ASUO does interact with other parts of the university, and I would have no problem putting in a public records request and kind of investigating how those relationships pan out. Because that is important, because we're not in a vacuum, and what other people do affects you, and the relationships that you have and how you treat those relationships really does affect you. So yeah, I'd be more than happy with that. That's, I mean, from that conversation in the original OIG resolution, public records requests were not mentioned at all, and you pointed that out. And I was like, that's a really good point, and that's why I included it in the resolution, because I think ASUO interacts with UO as an institution at large, and so yeah, I would feel more than comfortable investigating the institution.
You feel kind of proper to
Yes, I do.
Senator Taylor and
I do have a question about I guess section 6.4 of the resolution. I guess you could give an explanation and thoughts on like oversight, or I guess the oversight of the Inspector General's action, and if you think that in any way would, I guess, block oversight. So I guess, sorry, like what checks and balances are built in place to ensure the Inspector General could not block oversight by ASUO or any ASUO body?
I'm curious, can you, I'm a little confused, like what part of 6.4, like are you talking about? Well, okay, so the reason I included a big part of 6.4 is things don't always go according to plan. And so you need to be able to update the audit plan, but that can't be a unilateral decision by the Inspector General. And so I really wanted to make sure if there is a change of plan, that's a check. It follows the same procedure as the original plan. So if I say, oh, going back to my example of auditing how we publicize resolutions, if I say, well, actually, I was talking to the library and we need to do all of this other stuff. I can't do anything until I go to the OIG committee. I say, I think we should change the audit plan and include this, this, and this. And until they approve it, the audit plan cannot change. And until then the Concord again confirms that that change is again within the jurisdiction of the OIG, no changes can be made in the audit plan, because the audit plan really, that is the safeguard, which is basically saying, unless it's on that audit plan, I have no power to act upon it. And that's why it's so important, because you guys have complete discretion on how it's created and discretion of if it's approved or not. And so that's why that checks and balances is there. And I wanted to explicitly state it in there to kind of create a mechanism for it. Does that answer your question? Or is there, if you want to follow up, maybe I'm not. It's like, let me. Are you asking about the end where it's like talking about if the OAG committee wants to remove part of the audit plan?
Yes, actually, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that was really important to add, because accountability is important. And so if let's say there is something that happens and then the OIG committee is like, oh, this is going to make us look bad. Having a system where they can then just say, actually, Inspector General, you got to stop whatever the hell you're doing because we don't like it anymore. That then kind of undermines the whole integrity of the Inspector General's office. And so I just wanted to make sure there was once we agree to a plan, people, and you see this a lot in government, real government, is when things get uncovered, people want to hide them. And so this kind of is trying to really ensure that the OIG can now retroactively, if something happens where you can look back, then try to cover it up. And that's kind of why.
Do you think though that someone could operate, I guess, in bad faith, or an Inspector General potentially down the road and use that clause to, I guess, prevent any changes, or I guess specific? I feel like it just kind of it blocks oversight to an extent, at least in my opinion. But I think,
well, and again, OIG committee and Senate have the ability to remove the Inspector General at any time. And so that the check and balance, there is still oversight for tax laws. So if you feel like an Inspector General is acting with malicious intent, then you should absolutely fire them, right? That is just unquestionable. But with the audit plan, like unless the OIG committee approves the audit plan, there's nothing like the audit plan doesn't exist until the OIG committee approves it. And so that's kind of the first initial check is like, does it like you must have had thought there was a legitimate concern that was worth investigating to put it on there. And just again, I really want to emphasize you cannot have an audit system have integrity if the people that it's investigating can say, oh, stop at any time. Because then like that's just anytime that something might politically undermine you, you can just say no. Right. And that's so from a checks and balances perspective, if there was no clause like that, I just think that the OIG Oversight Committee would have way too much power over the Inspector General to the point where if they wanted to, they could inhibit the whole purpose of the Inspector General, which is to increase transparency and accountability. Does that answer your question, or I can continue elaborating if not?
No, that's good. I yield.
Is that an issue? Like follow up on a thing you were talking to Priscilla about, and specifically, would you in this role, and from my understanding when talking to you when you were pitching this to us, this is kind of what I was under the impression, I think that's also what Priscilla, but I don't want to speak for her, was the understanding that you would also, you definitely like it internal, like you can investigate internally, but it's also like investigating the school out of itself, time rise when the student body want to investigate that for whatever reason. So if a report has nothing to do with ASUO, would you not execute that report? There's something in there. I totally could be missing something.
If you go to section 5, jurisdiction and powers of the OIG, it says the OIG may request documents, data, and testimony from any ASUO officer, employee, committee, or P-funded program within the ASUO legislative and executive branch, provided such requests are made in accordance with FERPA, university policy, and applicable law. All requests shall be strictly for the purpose of auditing rules, procedures, processes, and systems. Like, and I'm sorry if this was a misunderstanding. I might have misunderstood what you were saying at that time. But like in that section, it very clearly states that I'm only auditing the executive branch and not the judicial, sorry, the executive, definitely not the judicial branch, the executive branch and the legislative branch. And one of the main reasons for that is just like the Senate only has power to enact what the Senate does, and the executive branch only has the power to enact what the executive branch does. So I want it to be very much within the bounds of the Constitution. And so the Constitution only gives us power to say the internal procedures of the legislative and executive branch. And also, if you look at section 5, point E, it also kind of talks about, this is the shall not section. One of the two things that I kind of want to highlight is provide legal advice. I feel like when you're auditing the administration, you're probably looking at policies that do with the law. And so that like you're hiring a student that doesn't, like I'm not an expert in law, so that doesn't make sense. And then secondly, compel auxiliary or external units such as the judicial branch, SGES, ASUO affiliated student organizations, University of Oregon, etc., to provide information. These entities may voluntarily comply with the request, but are under no obligation to do so. So they're like in the section that talks about the jurisdiction of the Inspector General, it really does emphasize the OIG only investigates things that have to do with the ASUO, because that's like the point of the OIG to make ASUO better. But I also would encourage you to look at the powers of the Senate, because I'm sure you could potentially pass resolutions. You are also all empowered to make public record requests. Like there are a lot of spaces for you to investigate admin, just to investigate admin. But the OIG is kind of like, again, I'm here to help you guys, and that's kind of my job to help you guys. And so that the OIG is not the place for specifically just auditing admin. Again, going back, if it's the relationship between ASUO and admin or whoever, then that is definitely on the table. But something that's completely external to ASUO, that's not. Understood.
Just for senators, if you raise your placard, you are on the list. It's just a really long list.
Senator Fisher.
Right, yeah, I have a few quick questions. One, yeah, I have a question about like, I guess your capacity and like, like what you have going on, like outside of, like what you would have going on outside of this. Like, I know you're also a student, and have a job and, if you could speak to that a little bit, and then I have a follow-up question.
Sounds good. So capacity wise, I'm pretty confident I can job description says 12 to 15 hours. And basically, all the things that I'm doing right now are the things that I was doing when I was the chair of the elections board. And that was, I mean, for all of you who were there when I gave the report, I was spending like 20 to 25 hours a week on that. And so I'm not doing that next year. And so I know that I'll have about a 20 to 25 hour gap that I can fill. And so I'm pretty confident that I can manage this. And speaking a little bit more to it, I am a busy guy. I do a lot of things, but I genuinely love the things that I do. I think I get to do some awesome things. And I keep myself busy intentionally because otherwise I'll just be doom scrolling on my phone through Instagram reels. And that's just not a fulfilling way to live life. And so I intentionally seek out working long hours and doing a lot of things because this is how I find fulfillment in my life. Right. When I was talking to you last week, I really want to live an intentional life because we only have one. And so I want to do things and I want to have an impact on people. Right. And so I'm more confident I'll be able to and capable to manage the different roles.
Thank you. And then just as a follow-up, you are confident that you would be able to put like 12 to 15 hours of work into this a week?
Yes.
Do like.
And I'll probably end up putting in more just because when I get into a rabbit hole, I find myself struggling to get out. So, and I will say, like, I've been having 3 course, like I got a 4.0 GPA last term. Like I'm not under, like I'm under stress because I do a lot of things, but it's not like I'm not able to manage all the time.
Okay, thank you. I was just asking about the hours because of the compensation and the stipend that's going to be attached to this. So thank you for answering.
Hello, thank you so much for being here. The first thing I want to say is that I sympathize that this is a really hard position to be in for a lot of reasons. Mainly because
clarify what?
Yeah, well, just like you here and like the previous Senate has already passed this, and so now we're in a position of like figuring out what's going on, and you're in a position of kind of having to like defend it a second time. I feel like so I want to sympathize with that, but I do have quite a few questions. I guess, where do I start? I really, really appreciate, and again, I want to make sure that we're not like talking about the resolution that's already been passed because it has already been passed. I really appreciate the institutional memory side of it. I guess I'm just wondering like where the monitoring part of it kind of came about, the auditing. So like the institutional memory, I think is really like I'm really excited about that. But then the auditing and the monitoring, I'm a little bit like, how is that related and why is it?
I think monitoring is a poor choice of words to use. This is not like I'm not looking over y'all's shoulders. I don't have the time nor the will to do that. Right. And what I'll be looking in is very specific things that you ask me to investigate. So it's not monitoring. And then auditing, how like I'm just curious, you're excited about the institutional memory. How do you build institutional memory without figuring out what's going on? You kind of need auditing to be able to figure out memory. You can't have one without the other. And like auditing, this isn't really audit because audit usually has to do with compliance. That's just kind of the closest word that I could figure out and seem the most adjacent. But like I'm not, again, if you look at section 5 point section 5(2)(a), it says the OIG shall not initiate or participate in grievance, disciplinary, or legal proceedings. The OIG mandate is structural, not punitive, so it shall not investigate personal misconduct, evaluate compliance. And so it really, like, my job is not to say like, oh, are you doing a good job? Or like, I gotcha, or like monitor or anything like that. But it's, hey, I have this problem. I can't figure it out. Can you help? And that's kind of how I see this role and kind of my job. And then writing a whole report about it, building that institutional memory so then you can reference. And if you want to kind of get a sense of how I write reports, I wrote the chair's report, and like you can see, like I am a data science and economics major. I take being data driven, being neutral and objective as much as you can be. And so like I really want to figure out what's going on and figure out why it's going on the way it is by looking at it and talking to everyone and looking at both sides and really, talking to everyone. It's like the whole process. For example, this whole resolution, when I was initially drafting it, I had a great working relationship with then Speaker of the Legislature, Talik, and Mariam, just because of my role as the chair, because I had to coordinate with them. But I knew that this role had to be implemented by the next administration. So I made it a point to reach out to Jordan and Priscilla and get their thoughts on it and make sure that this was something that they would support, because that's how you do good institutional memories. You talk to everyone that you can and figure out, what is the whole story, because there's so many different angles and everyone interprets things differently. And so, I talked a lot about empathy, how that's one of my key tenets of how I, as a human being, operate. Is like, you'd be surprised how much you can find out by being willing to listen to someone talk. I don't know if that's crazy or not, but like just listening to people has such a powerful impact. And so that's kind of like the point of this role, to listen and then build that institutional memory. And so maybe auditing was a poor choice of words in that regard, but that was kind of the closest, professional sector equivalent that I could find.
Got it, thank you. Secondly, so, and this might be a question that someone else can answer, it might not be on you. I guess my other thing is, because it is currently or will be funded out of surplus until it is on the 26-27 budget, surplus is frighteningly low. Like, what happens if surplus just banks? Like, what happens? Anyone can answer.
Do you mean in the case that we would be able to fund them? Because in this process, we would fund through surplus, like when the next fiscal year begins. So it would be while we still have surplus. If that answers it. Like we wouldn't have run out by then, or even if we did. Or was that not correct?
Thank you, thanks.
Like we would.
It's different. So, okay, when this appointment starts, it comes out of surplus.
That has already been approved. Like that, for at least for June or May and June. I guess only May or only June now, but that surplus has already been made and approved.
That surplus has been made, so that surplus has been taken out of the surplus. It's already allocated.
When we pass the resolution.
Because I wasn't hired in May, I have whatever, like 850, that will go back into surplus at the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
But I also do want to mention, when I was looking at this resolution, I chose surplus because that seemed the least bureaucratically intensive, but there is something called the over-realized fund that I believe has some assets in it that we could take a look at if you're concerned about funding. And then maybe look at I don't know if this would be to the level of being able to justify prudent reserve, but maybe like there are alternative funding structures that you could use.
Thank you very much. And then my last kind of big thing, I'm thinking, so obviously that you put so much work and thought into this role, and it's like clearly right tailored for your expertise. And I guess I'm thinking, when this transition happens, because it will inevitably have to happen, what kind of actual transition processes, how long do you expect this to take? Because I just feel like it is so personally tailored, and I'm wondering, like, when the transition happens and the new person is confirmed or voted on, and then that process is happening, are you going to be able to instill in them? Because a lot of this comes from the experience that you've already had, and they will probably not have had that experience. And so will that transition be as smooth as it should be because this is so new? Does that make sense?
Not like the only one in this role. I agree, this is would be a big transition. That's why I look at the resolution. That I mean, general would be for the election, and I would have 2 months to stand up. And only reason it's kind of relevant for me to have experience to do right now is because I have a lot of knowledge already. And so I can assist with the setup of the OIG oversight committee. And I can also because exit interviews have already, people have already left, that part of the process is too late. And so I can kind of supplement that because, well, I've talked to a lot of the people that have left. And so I already kind of understand some of the issues that ASUO is facing. But in those 2 months that the incoming inspector general is hired, they're doing exit interviews. And so that's really where the start of the audit cycle plan is. And anyone can do an interview, right? That as long as you're being willing to listen. And that's kind of where it starts for you to identify what are the pain points, what is making your guys' lives difficult unnecessarily so, and so what is worth investigating. And then also on the transition process, so this is a rather simple role. You only have 3 tasks, which is, I guess 4. One is stakeholder engagement, so talking to the OIG committee, talking to ASU at large. The second is doing interviews. And the third one is reading documents. And then the fourth one is putting it all together in a report. And this is actually something that I did for Housing Capital Construction, and what led to me being promoted was when I got there, all tasks. So the Housing Capital Construction is 3 full-time employees and 8 student part-time employees. And whenever there would be something need to be done, one of the full-time staff would say, hey, can you go do this? And they would explain what they need done, yada, yada, yada. It wasn't really a very effective system because they would say things a little differently. The student might interpret it really differently. So there wasn't really any consistent output. And I kind of highlighted, I was like, we're doing these 6 things all the time. Why can't we just build a process document to kind of explain what exactly, so it saves you time so you don't have to explain it every time you assign it. And for the student, they actually know what they're doing and they feel supported. And so that's what I did. I documented every key process that students were partaking in. I created templates for anything that they wanted to produce, links for any resources that they might need, even email templates for the people that they would need to reach out to. And so I have a lot of experience building up processes. And so whenever someone comes into my role next year, everything that they need to do, there's going to be a document that says this is how we do it. And that's also really important from an accountability standpoint, because you all should know exactly what I'm doing, how I'm doing, when I'm doing it. That should all be very publicly available information. And one of the things that I plan to do, the first thing that I plan to do with this role is develop those processes so that you because interviews and auditing is inherently scary, right? Because you're like, oh, someone thinks I did bad, but it's not so. And having transparent, accessible documents, give like, okay, exactly what's about to happen. I'm going to go walk into the room. These are kind of the questions I can expect. And so I will be putting in a lot of effort to build all the systems and processes in place necessary so that you could hire anyone and they could come into this role. And as long as they read the documents, they will know exactly what they need to do and how to do it. And that also acts as another checks and balance, because then you are very aware of, and I'm very transparent of what I'm doing and how. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
And I also really want to emphasize, that's why I put in a 2-month transition period. And with that all.
Yeah, got it. Thank you, Michael.
Senator Stevenson. So I have a few. Part of my question is, when you talk about familiar
And I'm anticipating, especially the first year, there's going to be a lot of things that don't go according to plan. Just because, we're not all even aware of how the system is operating. And so the reason I want this to be a living document is because want this to be useful to you guys. And so there's going to be sometimes that you need to change the audit plan. But going to the checks and balances point, any change made to the audit plan has to be approved by the OIG committee and by the Constitution Court. So it follows the same exact process as if you were building the plan from scratch. And so unless you have concerns about how the audit plan is made from scratch and all that process, but it follows like, and that's why I explicitly said it being a living document, because if I didn't, then it would be kind of ambiguous. And I want to make sure that everyone knows that the IG cannot unilaterally change the audit plan because things came up. Like it has to come to the OIG Oversight Committee and ask to change the audit plan. So that adds a checks and balance to say, okay, things may change, but that's okay. And we have a process to do it in a very proactive and checks and balance way.
All right, thank you. And the second part is, it says all reports shall be delivered to the ASU Student Senate, ASU Student Body President, ASU Concord, members of the media, and posted publicly by the OIG. What does this posting constitute when you're talking about audit?
The posted publicly? I'm imagining we have the SGES website. And so I'm assuming we might have an OIG page that would put in every single report that's been done. And I would honestly, I've been thinking about it, I would structure it in two different ways. One is based on timeline, like, oh, the summer plan of 2024 and the final plan of 2024. And then the second one is kind of more based on what parts of ASUO are being reported on. So like, oh, I Senate resolution posting procedures. And so that would be put in Senate internal docs. And if I'm looking at something in the executive branch, so like parsing it out in different ways so that people can find what they're looking for as easily as possible. That's why I want, like, and I wanted to, again, as an accountability, you can, if I don't do that, you can come say, hey, why aren't you doing this? You say you got to do this. This is your job. Like, I can fire you for not doing this. And so I'm really emphasizing that whatever I do is public and transparent and easily available and accessible.
Okay, and then the third part of my question, sort of piggybacking off of the previous financial concerns, is like, when you were saying to President Moreno, like you should see which private entity is auditing the University of Oregon, from a financial standpoint, if let's say the university, like for auditing the university, we can't go to you, because like we would have, like if the university wanted an audit done, they would have to go to a private entity.
No. There's the office of the chief auditor. So UO has its own. It's not a private. Like it's part of UO.
Okay,
so it's like the structure. Yeah, it's in the structure. Yeah.
So for ASUO, for a financials or logistical reason, hiring 4 people versus trying to get this office to include something like auditing ASUO into their structure, would that be like financially, why is it easier to hire 4 people than ask an office that's doing audits to do something like an audit of the ASUO?
I think it would be a poor idea just because, you know, ASUO needs to maintain independence from the university as an institution. So having the university auditor also audit ASUO kind of under the
private entity is my question.
Oh, well, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a lot more expensive to hire like Deloitte or any other private firm to do an audit than, yeah. So, and I would also say student government is unique. And this is a very, like, ASUO especially is like different from when I talk to my counterpart at ASOSU, they run things very differently than us. So it's like each student government is very unique and very different. And so you really need someone who's part of ASUO to be able to fulfill this role well, because if you're not here in the ASUO, like I can't imagine some 40-year-old dude in a suit and tie hanging around the ASUO suite. Right. And so that's why I think it's important that this be an internal hire. I don't know, does that?
That makes sense.
Yeah. And it also, again, would be much more cost prohibitive to hire an external consultant for that.
Thank you very much. And then before I give up my time, I have one more question. So where I'm from, the Big Ten, they typically post audits at the end of each fiscal year. Is there some sort of deadline that you hope to set up where you're going to be posting these audit plans or these documents every so often?
Yeah, you look at the audit cycle. So there's 3 mandatory reports that the IG has to publish, or actually 4. So that's over summer, the IG okay. So the first one is the summary report, which says by the end of September, the IID shall publish an initial report that includes A, a comprehensive summary of exit interview findings, and B, the operative audit plan. And so that's the first report. The second report is the progress reports, which have to be done quarterly. And so at a minimum, and again,
Roughly every 3 months.
roughly every 3 months will be kind of the cadence of it, but that's like a bare minimum.
Yeah.
You can post more reports as things come up. So yeah, there is pay attention to the resolution expectations of reports.
For answering all of my questions, you.
Senator Chisholm?
I have some questions.
Yeah, go for it.
The first one is for the voting. So there's 9 voting members. Say one abstains, and so it's tied. How would you break that tie?
I would say that that's probably something that the co-chairs of the committee should look at and define in their procedures. Tiebreakers are hard. Maybe send it to Senate if that's the case, but I don't see why someone would need to abstain from this necessarily, but yeah, that is something that the OIG Oversight Committee would have to define.
Another thing is,
And sorry to interrupt, but the reason I didn't really go into the details of how the OIG Oversight Committee operates is because I wanted them to give them the flexibility to act as best as they think is applicable. And so trying to outline everything in this resolution as opposed to letting them decide, it just didn't make sense. So
this is kind of referred to the grievance section next. You're not going to initiate or participate in grievance. Is there any way that, like, how would it work if somebody tries to file a grievance like against?
they can. If you look at number 3, or sorry, not number 3, section 5, number 3. For the purpose of maintaining institutional integrity and independence, objection to an OIG request may be appealed to the ASUO Constitution Court and the University of Oregon Office Unit of General Counsel. And so we answer to the Constitution Court like every other body in ASUO. So wanted to grievance the Inspector General's office, you could with Constitution Court.
My next question is, could you give a breakdown of how much you get per hour?
Let me do some quick math. My phone is dead. I believe it's somewhere around $18 to $20 an hour. If you want a little bit more context on how I decided, and this was like originally there was no outlining of what the stipend would be, but then Mariam highly suggested it. And in talking to Priscilla, like we were looking at other existing roles in ASUO, and the director just seems more apt. The Inspector General, if you look at the time allotments, directors are expected, like the job description for the director is 12 to 15 hours. So this, I would be expected to work as much as all the other directors that are hired. And then also a reason that directors often have slightly higher pays because they're managing people. And so the Office of the Inspector General may have auditor secretaries. And so I would be also managing people. And so that's why that specific stipend was chosen.
And how much is this?
Director stipend, can you pull up the stipend? 850
at the moment. 850 at the moment.
Hours.
That's all directors are expected to work that much for that. Right. So again, I think it's like either 18, 19, or 20, somewhere in that range.
It's about 17.7 for 12 hours.
Oh, so.
Does your position as Inspector General here like inspector?
UO doesn't have an Inspector General.
Okay, then you have an auditor?
Yeah, they have an auditor. And so there's some mirroring, but basically then the auditor for the University of Oregon is both a consultant and an auditor. And so, you know, that section where it says, I will not participate in grievance or compliance proceedings. So the UO auditor does that and also looks at how to improve the system, but I'm only really looking at how to improve the system. So there's some overlap, but also some differences.
And then if you were to get like public records and have to request for the cost of them, just come to the Senate to get those costs.
Yes, but I believe because this did came up, and from my understanding, as long as you're requesting public records that are digital, that is free of charge. So that shouldn't be an issue. But yes, if there's the OIG has any cost that it needs to incur, you have to.
I live so near this. Okay, thank you.
Senator O'Neill.
Yeah, I actually don't have any questions, but I do have stuff that I want to talk about in a private discussion. So would I be able to get pre-put on stack for that? Yes. Okay, great. I yield.
Yeah.
Senator
Okay, I have a couple questions and like clarifications. I wanted to talk about section 7, duty of cooperation. There's a part about, I'm pretty sure this is the one because I like quoted it and then I was trying to find it. If it should say, or just the quotes I was looking at was objections to an OAG request may be appealed onto the ASUO Constitution Court or Office of General Counsel. And then once an audit plan has been approved under section 6.2, parties within OIG jurisdiction may not halt, interfere with, or delay the audit except through the same appeal channels. So could you just clarify, like, in our earlier discussion last Senate, it was more like, oh, like these are recommendations, but this is kind of confusing me on, like, if those recommendations are like, I guess, like, what?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
So it's not all to do anything with elections. This is basically what this is saying. If I, as Inspector General, reach out to Speaker Gill and I say, hey, I am auditing how you publish reports. I want to interview you so I can understand your perspective. Basically, this just says he has to respond to me and either say, I can't do that because XYZ. I think this is out of your jurisdiction and I'm going to appeal it to the Constitution Court, or I can meet and here's my. So this is kind of like basically just saying, if I ask you to talk to me, you can't say no, because that's important because, you know, the whole point is for me to admit it. So, but this is completely independent from the recommendations in the report themselves. Those are non-binding. And if you look at section, Section 5.2, what OIG shall not, one of the points there is explicitly stated, and it's 0.5C, compel implementation of recommendations. Like it's explicitly stated that that is not something the OIG can do.
Okay, perfect. That was very clarifying. Thank you. I was also wondering, is there like a, maybe this is in the Constitution and I'm just like, well, I don't know. Is there a term limit? Like, can you be reappointed?
I guess I haven't really thought about it, but yeah, I haven't seen anything in the Constitution about term limits, and this is a new role, so no. But just for me personally, I am going into my senior year, so that will be 26. But yeah, you could. I think you should be able to, if the co-chairs appoint the same inspector general. You probably have to figure out the transition period because they can't both be the auditor secretary, and so it might get a little funky. But yeah, I think you should be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted, there was like the part about internal auditing, and I just wanted to like ask you, how would you maintain neutrality when like auditing yourself during the final report?
Well, it's kind of impossible to be fully independent because I am auditing myself. But if you go to the tenets of the Inspector General's office, one of them is number 7, iterative learning. Regularly assess and improve OIG practices, model the kind of adaptive, self-reflective governance the office seeks to promote. And so really like that audit is less like, oh, I'm auditing myself, and more like, hey, this is what I wish I would have done differently. Here are lessons learned. And again, trying to build the institutional memory for the OIG office itself so that future IGs can then not make the same mistakes that I did. And so I just think it's a noble goal that in itself could speak to approaching it with integrity and neutrality. And I'm sure, like I did this when I was the chair of the elections board, but I will be soliciting feedback from all of you to tell me how I can do my job better. And I would probably include that sort of feedback so that the future IGs can also see that feedback as well.
Thank you. I also had just one about, so like this was supposed to be like set to be in May 13th, and it's not, and your first like task that you want to do is exit interviews. If you were appointed, would you still seek out to do those with people and like go find the old senators?
I think both the, so yeah, kind of three things at play. One is, I think there's enough remaining officers in like the executive branch, like you all served last year. And so there's enough people that are still here that I could interview to supplement those exit interviews. And so I think that will be good. Second of all, I've also served in ASUO before, so I have some institutional memory of my own. And thirdly, a lot of this first year is going to be setting up the Office of the Inspector General itself. Like I said, writing those procedures, working with the OIG committee to figure out their procedures and how we want to interact between us and setting expectations and boundaries and checks and balances. And so I think especially this year in particular, probably not going to get to too many actual procedural audits at ASUO just because we're building this from scratch, and that necessarily takes a lot of time and effort. And so I think whatever I'm able to garner from both my previous institutional memory and the interviews with people that served previously and are serving again, we'll be able to supplement that. And also one of the most intensive things that I want to look at is transition. And you all went through transition, and I'm sure you have a lot of feedback on how that could have been better. And so and there's also some of the things that I want to look at don't necessarily require previous serving experience because you've gone through it.
Thank you. I've gone through all of mine. I do. Thank you.
Senator Bagstas.
Hi, David. Thank you for answering everyone's questions. Correct me if I'm wrong, when I kind of quote you on something that you said earlier in questioning. You said that if you were appointed the Inspector General role, that the Board of Trustees and admin should be shaking in their boots or whatever it is that you said. But you also described the role as fully independent, not working on behalf of students or admins. So what exactly would they have to fear? And how does that align with your claim that the Inspector General doesn't advocate for either side?
Well, what I was really trying to get at is being in the Inspector General role, I would be interacting with you all a lot. And, you guys just today passed a resolution to the Board of Trustees. And so the reason that I was joking that the admin would be scared is because me being so closely friends with you, especially people that are trying to keep them accountable, would necessarily just make them feel uncomfortable because, you guys are trying to keep them accountable. So I'm just by virtue of association, it's kind of what I was, not so much the lack of, it's just, unconscious bias. Because I now know all of you and I see you as human faces, when you tell me something, I'm much more likely to trust what you're saying. And so that's kind of what I was trying to get at. And it was more just trying to do a risk analysis of, if I were to try to benefit admin, what could I do to ASUO? Nothing much. But if I was trying to benefit ASUO through the power that I have over admin, I could very much impact them. And so that's kind of like, I was trying to reframe that perspective, if that makes sense.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. That was a joke, for real. How you?
Then if that is everything, we'll move to deliberation. We'd like to step outside for a minutes. Discuss. So.
Okay, great. So a few things, I suppose. First off, I think that the role is overinflated. I think it being called the Inspector General comes from a militant history. I think that that's just, well, specifically of the United States military, and I think that's unnecessary. I think if anything, to preserve what it really is, it should be the institutional librarian. I think that that would be quite nice. Other things that I thought were odd, section 1 in the tenants, constructive neutrality, remain politically independent and actively engaged, nonpartisan analysis, basically, but still to aid in progression. I don't really understand how that works at all. And then also, yes, so $850 a month, that adds up to quite a lot per year. And I just think a lot of student orgs could do a lot of stuff with that money. My org last year, or this year, I guess, Chinese Banzhang, we went on a whole retreat with like 20 or so people with $600. Like that really makes such a big difference for students. I think that it should be, and also Senator Fisher, that one over there, was talking about, we're supposed to just analyze whether or not we want this person for the role because it's already been passed. Well, I heard that resolutions have been voided before, and that is what I would suggest. I would suggest avoiding the revolution and instead coming up with a different one that has to do with, again, institutional librarian, institutional archival person. That way really encapsulates what the role actually is, and I think with a lower stipend as well. Something as well. Well, okay, I know that it bent down to an hourly, $17 plus per hour. That, I just want to point out, like, a lot of student orgs put in this many hours per week, and they'll wind up with like a $178 stipend. I put on more than that hours per week for Insurgent, and it is only a $178 stipend. Last year was $134. So I do think that it should be severely decreased. I understand the necessity of having the archival resonance, and yes, that is my opinion.
Senator Operative?
Yeah, I mean, I talked about this earlier, like, I still think being on the board of trustees is like a huge conflict of interest. I think when he said like, oh, I'll be working with all of you really closely, and seeing you face to face every day is really personal, and that means like I will have a relationship with you and sort of like side with you guys. That like can go either way. He will also be working and is working with our board of trustees in a really personal setting. I don't know. I don't trust the board of trustees. They are literally a bunch of CEOs, and I don't really want someone who is working with them really closely, also with us really closely. Oh, I yield.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, guys, it sounds so bad, but it sounds like he just made a job for himself and got his friends to put him in it. And I don't really know, I don't know how to like, again, like, I think some of the things that this job could do are really important, but it's just kind of sketchy.
Peters.
Senator Peters?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to echo the points. I don't think I can get over the board of trustees thing. I just feel like that the board of trustees is like so closely tied to admin that it basically would stop him from like investigating any relationship that ASUO has with the university. And I think I think it's really hard to maintain neutrality in that sense, especially when he's on the board as a voting member. I think even the difference between him being a voting member and a non-voting member, but the fact that he's a voting member, I'm really struggling with it. And I actually wanted to agree with Senator O'Neill's point. I think an ASUO archivist is a great thing. If you talk to me, this is something I'm very passionate about. I think we need to do a better job of, and that was the part of the resolution that I thought was the most important. And it's also part of the resolution that I've talked to David the most about. And so I just think
I don't know, I don't think I can get over the board of trustees thing, that's where I'm at currently. Thank you.
VP admin.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of say where I thought it was and also talk about section 5.2.b. So it says it can't compel, but it does say they can like get. So like your Senator Peters was saying, I agree. That's how I thought it was as well. Kind of more librarian, archivist. Yeah, that's kind of what I was understanding this to be. My name's on this, it's like co-sponsor. I think ASUO more needs, not so much a like pseudo enforcement, pseudo thing, and also an archivist could do research on the institute. Like it would just be a research, like an institutional, not institutional, but like an ASUO dedicated research person who would be doing archivist work via both our documents and the universities. That kind of that's my
For me, when I think of like what student government represents and what it's for, it's to maintain just a small section of our autonomy away from power structures like the board of trustees and these power structures. And we passed a resolution earlier tonight highlighting that how our money just goes into empty places and isn't really being managed in a democratic or transparent way. And I feel like when we think about how we want to establish our tone for student government going forward, we probably should not be having board of trustees members in our oversight roles. And that's just what resonates with me over and over again when I think about this, as much as definition would be helpful. Just think of the huge conflict of interest. So, oh, I also wanted to yield to the ASUO president.
Coming up here because he addressed me a couple of times and I want to make sure that I'm able to speak to a couple of those points. As Senator O'Neill said, it is possible to not hire this role. So I think it was Senator Fisher that was asking, like, this is going to happen. Are you the best person for this job? It doesn't have to happen. So this is hired by the previous. I forgot, I'm so sorry. So this is hired by the previous president. So the previous president hired this role. And I don't know if now that the school year is over, it would be hired at all. And we have voided resolutions that just don't fit with the current Senate. So once we voided a resolution that said that retreats can't be over like a certain amount of money, because that was a concern of the previous Senate, but that's not something that we had to uphold. So this is not a resolution that you have to uphold. And I do just want to clarify that I signed on to this. My name is on this because I believe this was going to be a check on the university. I believe that this was going to investigate the university on several issues that I ran on and that I wanted reports done on. And on the board in the ASU office, when I was making my branch, I also added like an hourly worker for archives and having that be a student worker that we pay out of the exec budget, because, and I think that shows the distinction between me believing that this role was separate from that. But now it kind of just seems like my goal and our goal as student power can just be like come into fruition with a job like that, and that this is necessary. Thank you. I yield.
I yield as well. Senator Bankstas.
Yeah, I think just tying back to the question that I asked David of like the joke that he made in the beginning, I was really confused on it because like someone just said, I don't remember who, if that's what he can say for us, then like they can do the same thing for the other side. And also I feel like I heard someone from UOSW saying that the board of trustees were a part of the admin that called the riot police.
Like right before you showed up, yeah.
Crazy. And I remember seeing those Instagram posts and be like, what the hell? Like, that's insane. And I don't think that I can vote for someone who is on that, who's a voting member for one this year, and is a voting member of a board of trustees that allow that to happen to student workers. I can't do that in my opinion. So I just want to share.
And piggybacking off of that point, I was speaking with Senator Bagenstos about it. when we asked David about his experience, he shared a great deal of things. But after David left, Senator Withers was kind enough to share the Board of Trustees thing because I don't, obviously anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't hear David himself say that until later. And I thought that was a very interesting choice of him to make. Yeah, I yield.
Senator Smith.
I piggybacking off of that and yours, like I just don't feel like I've been like he's been communicating in the most transparent way, like with that stuff, like not mentioning that, and also kind of trying to say that that wasn't a conflict of interest because to me that really seems like a conflict of interest, especially when he made the joke about like they should be scared. I don't see how that's not a conflict of interest, maybe for them and like for this, like it just seems like one. Um, there's something else I wanted to say and I kind of forgot it. So I guess I yield.
Withers.
I have a few points. I think that I definitely see where everybody's coming from. Like it totally makes sense that you're hesitant to appoint somebody who's on the Board of Trustees because I think that the Board of Trustees is like super suspicious and they do really weird things and I don't like them at all. However, I don't think it's fair to say that David works very closely with them. Like he said, he meets with them like 1.5 days once a term, you know, like he does not interact with them at the level that he would be interacting with us. And like, I don't know, I don't think that it would be a worry about like conflict of interest for us because his position, like he maybe would not do like the position that he would be holding would not be to report on like our interactions like with like not our relationship with admin. It's purely about us and like an internal thing. And I totally like I completely understand where you guys are coming from. Like I do, but I don't think that's like the main point of the job that this would be. And I'm not I'm not really worried about it. I think he's proven himself to be extremely thorough and like in the positions that he's had that would be very similar to this, like with the chair of the elections board, he was like he was I don't know how to put it. He was very removed, but also involved. Like he was in the office every now and then, and he'd be very friendly, and he'd talk to everybody about everything. And he would ask me about my experience in different like administrative roles I've had in like through my ASUO roles, but just like purely to just get information out of my experiences with them. And I pretty openly complained about like I was on the thermal task force, so I was like helping decide like what option that we should pick to for like the thermal transition to recommend to the president and to the Board of Trustees. And I complained to him for a long time about how I thought it was like super corrupt and like a bad system. And he really welcomed that discussion I had with him. He was pretty excited to hear about the fact that like these are the opinions I had about how corrupt I think that the university is run. And he like genuinely like responded well and was interested in how like he could like, you know, play a role in that as a student. Also to respond to the president saying that we voided the resolution about the retreats. That was incorrect. We didn't void that resolution. We had looked at it and then we were applying it incorrectly because we didn't read it correctly. But we just realized that we were interpreting it wrong. But like it's correct that we don't have to follow past resolutions. Like people have passed resolutions and then like just those resolutions have been completely ignored. Like it's okay if we don't do anything with that and it's okay if we void it. But, to end, I'll just restate, I'm not worried about David's position being like as influential as it seems that people are, but I understand.
Senator Nagarajan.
Yeah, I share both sentiments. I would say that I agree with the fact that I think meeting once every 3 months versus meeting almost like I think you'll be in the office multiple times a week. Like I kind of see it as an opportunity to maybe like have some power in the Board of Trustees. I could be completely ignorant about that. If that's not the case, then yes, it could be a liability. But even then, I will say, I don't. It seems very just like made for him, and like he is so good. Like he would. I would have no problem recommending him for like an altered version of this position. Like I think he would be a great job. He would be like my number one pick for that. But this position just seems so. There's too many. There's too many like uh just like I don't know. I feel like requirements just to be like proficient at this job. Like, when are you gonna meet someone like him? I'm gonna be honest. Like, there's not that many people like David, and that's a compliment. But like, if we're trying to, I don't want. There's no point in creating a position that's just gonna be existent for like that. I don't get that. Does it make sense? If we make something, I would ideally love for it to be forever because we're gonna start this. He's gonna build it up, is what he said. So there's not gonna be much progress in the first year, and if it just ends after that, then it could be a waste of money. But at the same time, because it is David, like he is really good at his job, and I love the guy. If maybe I'm a fan of altering the resolution or something, changing the name, I'm also for that as well. I think Inspector General is corny. Um, I think altering the position to a little bit, and then, but I would be completely like, I recommend David. That's the guy. But thank you.
Senator Questenberry?
Couple things. First, I think that we're circling around the, ironically, there's an issue of institutional manager within this role. I don't know if we're ever gonna find another fill this position. And so that's one thing, but we've discussed that. Then the other thing is I'm hearing we're having kind of two difficulties with this is first the role itself, and then second it's David fulfilling the role. And so I'd like to ask, do we even have this role without David? Like, are we gonna get another candidate that can lift this position up and into the state it needs to be in for it to continue? And if we can't, which I personally don't think we'll find another David because this is his passion project. He knows so much about it and he's put time into it. And this is very important to him. We all see that. So then do we have a resolution that we want to keep? Question. How would we go about maybe altering it or possibly?
I think for tonight, the best, if we wanted to alter the resolution, we would probably deny the nomination, then go and alter the resolution, and then re-nominate the candidate, and go through this again. Would be the process for that, just that way. Amo Diape, or Senator Amo Diape?
Yes. Can I speak and then you might have somebody else?
Yeah, you can speak and then just yield.
Yes. I agree with the idea that we do need like someone who has institutional memory. Like that's really important. So I feel like going into like this position too, it's like I want to know what the other senators have done as well. So I think that's good. But I also feel like him being voting member of the protest is like something I can't get past. Like personally, I just can't do it. Yeah, I use my time to do this.
Yeah. Before I start, I want to express my gratitude to this body for voting to table this resolution last week. It seemed like there was a possibility that a resolution would just get rammed through and a nomination would just get rammed through. I've sat in on a lot of these meetings over the last year, and I have seen a lot of things just get kind of rammed through without, proper foresight and proper understanding. So I'm happy that that happened because it can allow us to have this conversation that we are having right now about the role, the better understanding of it, and about the person who is the sole nominee for the role. I believe pretty strongly and would motivate pretty strongly to this body that David should not be appointed to this position. I believe that all else withstanding, like I'll admit, he's a very charismatic man. He's very intelligent. All of the things you were saying about him last week and about his character are true. He's still a member of the Board of Trustees. He will be a voting member of the Board of Trustees next year. This is the same Board of Trustees who did call the riot police on us. It is the same Board of Trustees who for a year denied us what student workers need to be able to live They were also the same board of trustees who denied SEIU 503 what they needed, forced them nearly to a strike, denied GPFF, and denied academics, forcing all of us to accept unfair deals. It was also the same board of trustees that pressured the dean of students to weaponize the code of conduct against student protesters. Like, the laundry list goes on and on. And I'm not saying that David is personally culpable for those things, but the fact that he was, like, we can try to separate him off by being like, oh, he's the student trustee, but he is a member of the board of trustees, and that is highly concerning to me. Many of y'all, especially those who ran on student power, ran on independent student government, drawing a better distinction between the board of trustees, the administration, and what student government does. I still believe in that vision. I know many of you believe in that vision. And I believe that appointing a member of the board of trustees to potentially one of the most powerful positions within student government, or to, frankly, any position within student government, blurs the lines between those two things in a way that is highly concerning. So all of his personal merits notwithstanding, I believe that either he should resign from his position as a member of the board of trustees, and then he can take this position, or he should be voted down by this body. I talked earlier in the summit about building a relationship between the campus labor community and ASUO, a relationship that has been very complicated in the past. I think that this could be a positive first step, declaring essentially that ASUO is not interested in being managed by administration, and taking into account the things that the administration has done to our unions and to our members when you are making decisions on hiring for positions like this. I'd like to further yield my time to co-lead negotiator Pierre.
Yeah, thank you all for letting me speak here as well. May hit a lot of the points that I feel very strongly about. Board of Trustees has been my biggest stop for the past 3 years of my life. And like, for any organizer on campus, they'll tell you the same thing. Like, everything we are trying to do is stopped by the Board of Trustees. And you know what? That's great. David can sit and listen to you and act like he's actually listening. But what is he doing about the things that you're telling him? Because that's what we do. We go up to the Board of Trustees, we talk to them, and they sometimes look at us, not all the time, and they don't do anything. And that's exactly what David has done. And respectfully, I had my own concerns about David. Like, when I was in Senate, I voted against him, and I voted against Chloe Webster, and he appointed her. And we have had major beef with her. And when she was president, she did not help us in our union at all. And so I just have a major lack of trust in this man. I don't think he ran the last elections very fairly either. I have a lot of concerns about him, and a board of trustees, a board of trustee. He has been on the board for a year. What has he done for us? He has sat there with the opportunity to help us to open those doors to those conversations, and none of that has happened. So I don't know how this is going to be like an avenue for him to come and help us, make them shake in their boots, because when we're at Johnson Hall sitting down, which he could have done, student workers did it, he could have sat there and made them actually shake in their boots and shit their pants, and he didn't. And so, this is a great role. I would love to investigate the university. I know it might be nice to have someone with institutional knowledge, but a lot of organizers have institutional knowledge, and we know how the university runs. We know their tricks, and we know the things that they pull, and we can be doing this research as well. So I totally understand all the points brought up, but I really urge you to vote against confirming David, to be completely honest.
I'd also like to add briefly, sorry, I know I yielded. But I sat down and I talked with David in my position as a member of our bargaining team. And he did those things. He heard me out. He listened to what I had to say. That's great. At the end of the day, the input that I gave to him did not make any changes to our situation. And furthermore, I do think that there is a fundamental philosophical divide here between how he views the administration and how organizers and labor leaders on this campus view the administration. Like, I did express to him, these people are bad. These people do not treat us well. These people are sometimes evil. I think Steve Huerta, CEO of Columbia, is an evil man. He does not agree with me because probably he knows him quite well. I mean, they go to the same banquets together. Even if Cy Abbott, the graduate position on the board of trustees, was here today asking to be appointed to this situation, even though he was the former co-lead negotiator of GTFF, as a strong advocate of labor, I would still be saying the same thing. I would still advocate against that appointment because at the end of the day, a trustee should not fill this position, whether it's David, whether it's Cy, whether it's Steve, whether it's any of them. So check.
You.
Yes. First of all, I just want to say that I appreciate how much thought we're putting into this and how much discussion we're having, even compared to last year's Senate. And there's a lot more voices being put into play. And it's just a good thing to start the year. And even though it's late, we're not trying to rush it and we're taking our time with this decision. We're in. I have a lot of thoughts kind of all scattered everywhere. So I'm gonna try to speak coherently. Okay, first of all, I think I just am taking a different perspective to David being on the board. I see that as a position that is representative of the student body. Therefore, he's not acting in the interests of admin, but he's acting in the interests of students. I also think that it is a little bit unfair to put some of the things from this past year on that role just because he was just an observing member. He didn't have any voting power this past year and also was able to effectively fill the ASUO position. I think I'm having a harder time with, sorry, I'll add to, with seeing the conflict of interest just because I also think that this role doesn't have any definitive oversight over us, nor does it have any control over our processes or how we run. And I think that's where I'm having a hard time seeing the line. Why I'm I think if this was someone else that I didn't or haven't seen their work proven as well, I'd be thinking differently. But I think why I also want to emphasize this so much is that David is willing to build this from the ground up and then make it something that can last for generations in ASUO. And like Senator Quessenberry said, when we have that opportunity again for someone who has this knowledge to bring it in to Senate. I also had a thought about something that individual said earlier, I forget who, about I just think that there are a lot of problems within ASUO. There are a lot of problems with its structure. ASUO has really bad relationships with a lot of different orgs and a lot of different people around campus. And that stuff lasts so much longer than each administration. And that is so hard to understand when you come into this role and you inherit all this stuff from previous years. But you are also taking responsibility for that, because when you step into a role in ASUO, you are responsible for everything that has happened in the year before you. And you have to upheld that and just do your best to make that better. And I think that this role is what will help us overcome that and help us understand our history so that we can better address those issues and better support students and better support those organizations. I also have had many experiences personally this past year being able to voice concerns to David as a member of the Board of Trustees and being able to bring those things to him and him voicing to me that would be something that he can voice to the rest of them. Just from my personal experience. Let's see. Yeah, I think in my head, I understand the pros or the cons to this that everyone is bringing up. I understand the concerns, but I think just in my head, how I'm looking at the situation, the pros outweigh the cons, and to me, there's not really any risk, because at the end of the day, if there is something that we don't like about this role, we have full authority to remove that position if that is something we so choose. There's no definitive set in stone. We have to do this. We have to listen to what David says. And like he said, even auditing reports that he completes, those can also be
like amended by our choosing. So I guess I'm just not understanding that point there. And I just think that this is really valuable, especially being in ASUO this past year. There's been so many times just not being able to understand something from previous years or having to do the extra work and legwork to really get up to date on those issues and how ASUO can address those. And since we only have 1 year terms, that means that we lose a lot of time being able to actually make things better and actually change things because we're just trying to play catch up. I guess so. I yield. And it's Fisher.
Yeah, I think a lot has already been said, and I'm going to try to avoid redundancy right now, but I just want to say that I did originally vote for this when I was a member of the last Senate, because I did think it was more of like, I did see it as more of like an archivist, like institutional memory preserving office. And I do really like Maymay's idea of like having it be like doing like archival work. Additionally, I have concerns with the sustainability of like this role in the years going forward. Like, as many of you pointed out, there isn't another David and there won't be another David. There will never be another person that like would be able to like step into this role in the same way. And I think that part of the issue with that lies with the role, and I think that we should change the role. Additionally, I think that also, I think honestly, to be so for real with you guys, I think that, you know, it's like Aaron was talking about, our terms are like short and then the new people come and then we forget. I think that the last ASUO has been like making a conscious, at the last ASUO and maybe even the ASUO before that, like have been making these conscious efforts to be more transparent and to like change that culture within ASUO. And I think that if we want to be more transparent in our Senate and more transparent in our exec, like we need to take the, like we all need to like consciously just project that. And I think that like this year we can make a lot of progress. I think we made progress last year, and I think that like there's still a lot to be made. Additionally, like yeah, I think that like separating like David and like his character from this, I just think that like, you know, it's odd to me that somebody would like, I know he's like really passionate about this and this is his like project, but he is like being a student trustee is like one of the arguably like most powerful like positions that you can have as a student at this university. So like, why do you need more power in ASUO? Why do you need more ASUO power? I yield.
We'll start doing a 2 minute time limit on all responses. We're on our second list, so everyone speaking now has spoken before. If is your first time speaking in this conversation, you won't have a time limit. We will start with Senator Hopper.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this is kind of random, but like the Board of Trustees is like actively preparing to like defund programs and like defund entire majors and stuff, probably like laying off huge amounts of professors, and like the university is in a really bad financial position, and like I think we all just need to recognize that like they are going to do things that are really going to hurt us and also really hurt students, which like, are the people that we are representing. And also everyone should go to this town hall at 3 p.m. on Monday. Please go to that. I think if all of us like showed up, that'd be sick. They will be talking about the financial situation of the university and how it's like cooked. So we should all know that. I would like to yield the rest of my time to Alex.
You have 1 minute.
Oh, no, it's gonna be really short. I will say, there are some of you on this body who said that we should not judge him based on him being on the board of trustees, but you are the company that you keep. If you are staying silent when these decisions are being made and not openly dissenting, especially when they're discussing claim right police or doing horrible, like raising tuition, all of that, doing things that are not beneficial for the student body and you are a student, I think you are complicit within their actions. I think if we do have them in this position in ASUO, we would be part of that complicity and we would be, there would not be any separation between the admin and us. I think I don't think that y'all should confirm him as representatives of the student body. I think that we need to maintain that separation from the administration. And I think there is we have a position to hold neighbors accountable within ASUO. And I think so can make that possible. But it's not the position, especially with someone who, thank you, I really appreciate you talking about that. Thank you, thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna be quick. I talk really fast. First, I just want to clarify what I meant about the resolution. I didn't mean we couldn't do anything about it. I just meant last week we talked a lot about the resolution and not about him. So I just wanted to clarify that. I also wrote this, so I'm going to read it. I think whenever we asked him about like the relationship that he has on all of these different things, he would just highlight how he wants good relationships with us and he has more power over there. And like everything we do is public and he has power, and I get that. But there has to be something uncomfortable about the fact that he'll work with us so closely as we process things and discuss them, and he'll do this with us. I'm not worried about the power he has in here because it isn't any, but I'm worried about trusting him in the places that are meant to be ours when he will then go to places that aren't welcome for us. I also appreciate that he listens about the corruption, and I trust that he didn't create this position maliciously, but quite frankly, like I want the person in this position to be as distrustful and critical of the university as I am, and I don't know if he has that capability. The last thing I'll say is that it kind of seems like he's doing our job for us. Like we don't have the capability to check ourselves and see what we're doing wrong.
Thank you.
Peters.
Senator Peters.
I just wanted to talk on the like what we could do to the resolution point really quickly. Like within university archives, I am an institutional research assistant, and I am allowed to research the university and write about the things that the university has done negatively. Like our job as archivists is to be neutral and like rely on sources. And I think that I personally, even though I voted on this resolution, am also in favor of amending it to be an archivist position. University Archives is already working on processing ASUO documentation and is like willing to work with us. And I think this is actually a great time to do that. So yeah. I yield to Priscilla.
I would just like to say that if any of this seems like a job that y'all would want to see the exec, like just tell me. I'm willing to work on this resolution with you, create a new job. Maybe that it's not a resolution. Maybe it has a resolution attached to the job description, but it seems like you all are really passionate about institutional knowledge and memory. I'm happy to like come to the Senate and have a job description voted on by you all that reflects some of the pieces that you really like from this and doesn't have something. So I'm willing to work with you for that job description. Thank
Senator Taylor.
I don't know if I can articulate this.
No, that's fine, by the way.
Use your
You're on a primary list.
I think I really don't like the role that the resolution creates. But I do also want to say that I think David would be an asset next year. And I don't want to like put him in a position of power necessarily due to the Board of Trustees thing. But I mean, I read the elections board report, and I thought it was really well constructed. So I mean, is there like theoretically a way we could make some kind of like contracted role that doesn't have oversight or power that could still act as an archivist and create long-term like archival procedures, or no? Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. The role, I feel like others would take minor tweaks to get it to that point, but definitely changing the name and some of like the oversight levels. But yeah, that's something we would once again deny this tonight, and then maybe like make a working group next time, or just outside the Senate start working on it.
I guess like what would be the turnaround time? Because I think a lot of the stuff that I liked about this was that it would have summer report and working towards creating processes for next year. So I think like, I don't know. I think it should be something we should work on really soon. But yeah, no, I'm probably gonna vote no. So I feel on this.
Senator Withers.
When I initially raised my placard, I realized I'd forgotten something I wanted to say, but I do really appreciate that we're taking this time to deliberate. Last week, I kind of was in the speed that we were in last year, and then I was just like, why are we not like taking this further? And I didn't really realize that like this past year in Senate, I had felt like everything had been rushed just because we'd get tired. And while I'm sure we're all very tired right now, I appreciate this conversation that we're having. I do think that I am a little weirded out by this resolution because I do like reading through it felt very bureaucratic. And I don't know if it's just me, but whenever something has so many detailed rules, it gets really into like the nitty gritty and then it gets really convoluted and then it's confusing. And then things can go wrong so easily because like you misread a sentence and then it actually means something else that you thought. So it seems like we're not gonna appoint him for this and we're not gonna go through with this, and that's fine. But I do think that it's really necessary for us to have some kind of institutionalized role for something like this. I don't think that the library archivist would be as effective as we'd want it to be, because while that is such an important role, like I think that I love that it exists. We need someone who's actively like an archivist. What Marisol's job is like, she looks at the past, and we need someone who's documenting the present, and we need to do that soon. But what's my other thing? Sorry, I know I'm on a time crunch. I also think that there are people who will be able to fulfill this role in the future. Like, I know that David is like one of a kind and like the most amazing, like, I don't know, species, like whatever. But like when I first heard about this position, I didn't realize that he wanted to do it. And I was like, this sounds like something I would be super interested in. I'm not like a data science major. I just like am passionate about ASUO and passionate about like institutional like memory. I don't know. Like I just think that it's important that we document what we're doing. And like I've been doing that as like with surplus stuff. And it's like, I don't know, I think that it will be totally possible to find people who can fill this position in the future. Like that's not something I'm worried about. I yield.
Stevenson.
Okay, I'll be very, very short. I just think that it's super, super interesting that 'cause this was something that was told to me is that David was a non-voting member last year and he's a voting member this year. I think it's super interesting to watch everything that the Board of Trustees did and be like, yeah, I want to be more involved than I am. That's all I yield.
Well, I mean, that wasn't by his choosing though. Sorry, no, I'm not. But the way that the role was designed, it's like the first year that you're on it, you're not voting, and then the second year that you're on it, you're voting. So
Can I? Okay, so thank you very much for that. I feel like if I was a part of a government body that was doing really bad things to all of the students, not all of, I don't want to generalize, a lot of the student organizers, I personally wouldn't want to be continuing in that personally. If that is more clear. I yield.
Okay, yeah. Well, first I wanted to say there are a couple people that credited me for the archival thing, but that was actually something that Senator Chisholm pointed out to me because I just thought the whole thing was a sham, really, and I still kind of do. Secondly, we're poor. We can't afford this. We're going to go to Oryx, and I'm going to once again $850. This is the most important part to me. Like people can talk about whether or not there's a conflict of interest. You know, he doesn't have power. I mean, I do think that the Board of Trustees sucks, and also I just think he shouldn't be on purely because of that. But people can debate that all they want. But more importantly, it's a waste of money. And then also responding to Senator Lee. Yes. You were saying how Ludman?
No, I said you killed it. You got it right.
Okay, great. In response to what you were saying about how this is an important role because of all the flaws in ASUO, because of all the ways that ASUO in the past hasn't reached out to all these or had good relationships with orgs and stuff. Well, we don't need to make a whole nother bureaucratic position in order to do that. We can just interact with more orgs, is my opinion. Like we can literally just be involved. Like outsourcing it into another systemic cog in the machine isn't going to help us solve our interpersonal issues. Oh, there's still more time.
50 seconds.
50 seconds left?
Yeah.
That is just so wonderful. Well, in that case, I do think, I think all the be putting a lot more effort into transition documentation, a longer transition time that would also help. When I first heard it the first time he was talking, I was thinking to myself, oh, why didn't he just write our transition docs for us, you know? Because that seems like what's really important there. Yes, I just mainly think it's a large waste of money. It's fiscally irresponsible, very wasteful for what it's trying to do. How many more seconds do I have? Okay, everyone should watch Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park. Exciting. Just wait. Just you.
Is that? Susan?
Yeah, I can't see that far, so I don't know if you're looking at when I raised my back, but I was just gonna kind of say what Mary was saying. I think it's way too much money. I thought it was $500. I didn't know it was 800. And also that's another thing I was gonna say. What Mary said, it's just the leaving documentation. I think that's where the system needs to change. Like, if everybody doesn't like shit, then why are we still using it? Like, it seems like it would be a matter of just recording of it written. You could maybe like a voice message. Like, there's just if it's not being passed on, it's not a matter of.
Hey y'all, it's a late night. So I really appreciate you all deliberating for this long. But if you haven't made a decision by now, I don't think there's going to be a decision made. And so I appreciate you guys taking as much time to deliberate as you are, but I'll just withdraw my.
No, I think we can make the decision. Yeah. We've had a lot of questions, so you can leave and we can make our decision still.
Good.
Thank you for your time.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, it's just super short. I think that the transition document, that whole thing just needs to be changed, and that blocks off a whole part of this position. So it just turns into like archives and then us doing better when someone else is coming along. I
Senator Nagarajan?
I yield. I don't know if I need to say anything.
Okay, I have two things really fast. This concept of an archivist role, do we think someone besides David could fulfill it is a question that we should consider?
Yeah.
And I think so, yeah. And then the second one is our frustration with transitions and kind of the idea behind this role. Is that something that we could form a committee within the Senate to then address? So that we hold ourselves accountable within our own body, and then we don't need to spend the money on an outside role to check. We have a committee that has the powers within our body to do that.
Sure.
Oh, I would like to call the question.
You have to have a motion.
Oh. I would like to call the question and move to a vote to appoint David to
Second Stevenson.
Secretary General.
Motion made by Fisher, seconded Stevenson.
Appoint, it's just, she moves to appoint and vote. If you go yes, you're
Motion
moving
was-
appoint, no.
Motion was to appoint David Morgan to Inspector General. And going through roll call, Senator Perez.
And
I have a paper again. Oh, well. I don't have your. I really don't know if it's any.
Okay.
I said it's like.
Senator Perez. Senator Peters.
Nay.
Senator Fisher.
Nay.
Senator O'Neill. Senator Taylor. Senator Smith.
Nay.
Senator Offerday.
Nay.
Senator Heffernan.
Nay.
Senator Alma Diaz. Senator Jenkins Hiscox. Senator Chisholm. Senator Nagarajan. Senator Stevenson.
Nay.
Senator Withers.
Nay.
Senator Collis.
Nay.
Senator Magenstas.
Nay.
Senator Busey.
Nay.
Senator Fisher.
Nay.
Senator Questenberry.
Nay.
Senator Littman.
Nay.
And I say nay as well. The motion is denied.
Ouch.
Unanimous. Oh, yeah, I know.
It was denied.
Makes sense. Well, thank you all.
Thanks, David.
And good luck.
Oh, no, we're still working on it.
You did great. You did good. You presented great.
Well, and
Different Senate, that's all. We're a different Senate.
I understand that, and I appreciate you taking the time to ask me all the good questions and delivering so. And thank you and good luck this year.
Have a good night. Good luck with finals.
Good night.
All right, moving through we just have our quick updates from Senate exec, starting with Chair Peters.
Okay, really quick PFC update. We're just doing our end of year stuff. It's going really good. If you have any questions about or just email me. Yeah, that's all. We're doing vice chair elections next week, Monday at 5 p.m. We're gonna do it over here. If you wanna be there, you can teach. I yield.
So academic chair Bagenstos.
We're also doing a vote in the chat, in our academic chat on academic vice chair, because I've decided to continue that role. So if you haven't already got your nominations in academic, and then June 9th is when final nominations will be accepted, and then we'll schedule a Zoom meeting soon and send that out too. So.
And omnibus person Heffernan.
Nothing much. Be on the lookout. I'm working on a big master doc of everyone's like requirements and everything that they need to be looking out for. That'll probably be out next week or so. So just keep an eye on your teams from me. That's about it.
And Treasurer Perez.
Yeah, if you haven't filled out the initiate stipend form yet, get on that. I'll also send the link in the legislative chat. Also set up direct deposit in your duck web. I'll also set up the steps for that. Also steps for like having your mailing set up, in case it has to be checked or whatever. Make sure it's your current address so you get your bread. And then, I know Phaedra sent out the thing, about summer availability, so make sure you also fill out that, whether you need to opt out or whatever. So everyone gets paid right. But yeah, that's all for me. I yield.
Deputy Speaker Ludeman.
Not too many updates, kind of, I guess, just working on summer sentence, keep an eye out, but more of a comment. Like, I know I said this earlier, but like seriously, just from the past two senates, like miles ahead of where we were last year. And I just think it's so great to see everyone like speaking their perspective and like taking up time. I think that's so important. And I think don't lose that. I know it gets so easy to just get into like the rush of things throughout the year and go through the motions. And like, this is what we do every single week, but it's so important that we all just like keep up this momentum throughout the year. Yeah.
And then for me, I just want to say thank you everyone for staying for nearly 4 hours and doing a Senate. This is so impressive. I'm so excited for what this Senate's gonna accomplish. You all are amazing people, and fill out the summer Senate thing. Basically, all of you have. I just need like 5 more. So thank you.
Howdy folks, all right, exec update, Concord appointments, y'all were there for that. We uploaded the director of comms, communications and strategy, so if you think anyone, your friend is good at communications or strategy, have to apply, and just tell people about that. And Priscilla did an amazing job talking to the board of trustees. And I just kind of want to really quickly echo Aaron Ludeman's point about Senate and like taking your time to and not rushing. I think last time I was also in the head of rushing, but other people, wiser heads prevailed. So yeah, good on y'all. Thank you.
I move to approve the minutes for May 22nd.
Second, Timothy Withers, seconded Fisher.
I move to adjourn. 6 minutes.
Look at this go.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed, say nay. And anyone else?
I'm a
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Say nay.
What are we going to?